everybody? Shut up, Grumpy. Maybe I'm early, Grumpy. Maybe I'm 28 minutes early. You never know. What's up, everybody? PPI, everything's good. We ready to roll? Market's cooking. Enzo's got his shirt off. I think we're I think we're in good shape today, guys. What are you guys feeling? Old Raven Farm, great to see you, brother. Great to see you. Good morning, my lady. Heidenreich, always a pleasure, my man. Germ Corp, Hute Morgan. And I don't know why. Junk Savvy posed that to me this morning. She said, if Germ Corp's in Wales, why do you say good morning to him in Dutch? And I said, you know, that really doesn't make any sense. So I'll have to find the Welsh way of saying good morning. Grant, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Arctic Fox, Alaska. Grant, thanks for dropping all that info in the Discord. Much appreciated, my man. All right. Lobo, my man. Lobo, you're a trooper. Up bright and early. I know I was talking to you to the wee hours. Ah, Borda. Yeah, you know, I was thinking that. I wasn't sure, and I was running a few minutes late. I thought those were coming in, but now that I got confirmation, thank you for that confirmation. We've got sunshine, lollipops over there, and rainbows. So all the stuff we need for success today. I think we're gonna be good. All right, so lighter than expected PPI. What did it come in about 0.2% lighter, I think, than expected. And I don't think we'll see the continued run like we've seen with CPI, but I think we're poised to rally over this for whatever reason. I'm sure once we dig into the numbers a little bit more, that we'll see what the numbers actually are meaning. But we got some stuff running. We've got Walmart we talked about yesterday going into the earnings, and they crushed on those earnings, just as expected. They're up about 7%, 147.24 for Walmart. Home Depot, their earnings, I believe, were well, and they're down now. So they initially shot up a little bit on the earnings, and now down 0.25%. So on Home Depot, they reported third quarter fiscal year 22 sales growth of 5.6% year on year, which that doesn't even keep up with inflation. So that went to $38.87 billion, beating the consensus of $38.01 billion. Customer transactions for the quarter fell 4.3%. Comparable sales increased 4.3%, and comparable sales in the U.S. rose 4.5%. Earnings per share of $4.24 beat the analyst consensus of $4.13. The average ticket in Q3 was $89.67, an 8.8% growth. Yeah, that's amazing math that they do there. So the average ticket was up 8.8%. It's almost like 8.8% was added to the cost of everything. Funny how that worked. And sales per square foot climbed 5.3% to $618.50. Tano, liking that Dwac today? So we're expecting the announcement to come sometime tonight. Tano, do you have any... I'm seeing 8 o'clock as the potential for when that announcement should come. I don't know. It's going to be tough to, like, Martin, it may be a late day thing. It may be a tomorrow thing. It may be, you know, I'm not sure. When AMC halt today? Probably when it gets up about 8%, Grant. Don't worry, though. They'll bring it back down to where they need it. 30 plus for the FOMO play, Martin. Martin, how did you end up on that tough build yesterday? I'm sure you got out of it. It's just at what price? Tough Built getting clobbered today, down 17%. So that is a classic Martin Apollo play right there. Play that run up and then watch it retrace the next day. They're saying Caesar C, it might be the hugest ever. I don't know really what to expect, if it's arrogance on his part or if there is more than just his announcement, because he said, and I don't always speak Trump too well, but he said this is going to be a monumental day for America and it's going to go down in history. And I don't know, that's not too historic to me, because every 4 years a bunch of guys say they're going to run for president. I mean, it's a big day for that person, but I don't see it as a historic day. I guess maybe in these times, but maybe there's more to the announcement. That's, I guess, what I'm saying. So we gotta wait and see. I think there's a lot of people that are either already invested in Dwac or looking at it that have been waiting for this moment for Trump to announce it, because if nothing else, Trump announcing a candidacy, I would have to think, ensures a lot of campaign money going into Truth Social. You know what I mean? If you're the one, so if I'm asking you guys to donate hundreds of millions of dollars to me, and you do, and simultaneously I come up with a company that I could then take it and funnel it through advertising, sounds like a win-win. Sounds like everybody wins except for the people that donate to the campaign. Low-key, what's up, Low-key? Gobble gobble, baby. Let's go. And Old Raven Farm, I hope it runs up for people like you that have held it. I just don't know, man. I'm trying to keep it real with you guys. I'm trying to not give too much hopium and look at it level-headed. I just really don't know. I think it's got a chance of I don't know. I think there's a lot to consider, because you got the Trump angle. But then you got maybe, okay, people that look at it like, okay, if Trump runs for president, maybe he steps away from the platform a little bit and lets other people run it. So maybe that's a good thing on that end. I don't know. We got to see what the reaction is. I don't know about you guys, but I got popcorn. I got popcorn ready. Oh, your buddy's holding it. Well, I still feel the same way, Old Raven, because you know what? Any friend of yours is a friend of mine. So, that's all. And I'm that way with everything. I don't ever want to see people caught holding the bag. That's all. Hyde, you had to love that Eagles loss last night. Put you guys into a tie atop the NFC. So congrats on that for your Minnesota Vikings. Good game last night. Good time watching it in the Discord for everybody that joined. Was nice. Was nice talking to you guys. Yeah, I know, Junk Savvy. I'm just trying to think the way that people think. Optics. You know what I mean? I think people might just get that assumption. I don't know. I try to think outside of the box of how people... And Devin Nunez, he may be a part of the problem why people don't have faith. I mean, he doesn't have experience in that realm, from what I know, as far as running a social media platform. But then again, neither does Elon, neither did Zuckerberg when he started. So I don't think it's necessarily, a big knock on him. But the Twitter thing too. The Twitter thing worries me with that, in the sense of if people on the right are getting what they want out of Twitter and being able to say whatever they want in Twitter. I don't know if you guys have been on there, but it's like Bizarro World. It's like AOL. It's like if you guys are my age, when you first found the internet and you're like, holy guacamole, you could just make up a name and call yourself like Aspart22 and talk any kind of shit you want, and it's just weird. It's like Wild West type stuff. Mr. Burry, what's up, Mr. Burry? Lot of Goldman Sachs puts closed. Nice, nice. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I guess when you simplify it like that, it does sound kind of easy. No, I figured out of respect for Jay. I was actually surprised, Caesar, because I usually use Odie as like my my safety kind of bar. I consult with him before making a thumbnail because he's got, you know, but he okayed it. He was all about it, but I just couldn't get a good enough one. I wanted to get one, Caesar, and I'm going to try to do it. I wanted to get the chin really melting into a couple of red candles and really bring Jay Leno's accident into the stock market. No offense, Jay Leno. Hope you recover. Hope everything's good. Oh, I knew it. I knew it, Mr. Burry. Check the third button on your shirt, Mr. Burry. Third button. That's not really a button. I knew you were drinking holy guacamole. You think I'm just gonna say holy guacamole just for the hell of it? Yeah, I remember grinding my feet on Eddie's couch. What's up, Enzo? You look deep in thought there. What you got?
Just a headache at this point. I don't know what I can't understand what the hell they're doing. Like ripping it.
Pumping.
What? 4%. It's just it's irritating.
Oh.
Yesterday they went. What?
Mr. Burry called my bluff.
Oh. Yesterday they went and pumped, or they went and allowed sale of the 11. What was it? 11 15s. And what I think is interesting about that is they sold those calls, let them run up, run down immediately. Then they ripped them down 300% and we capitalized off those. And then as soon as they did that, they closed them at $140 in premium, and then what? They're gonna be worth $5 at open. Like that's the craziest thing in the world to me. Is
Randy.
Those were good plays, and they specifically did it to hurt retail trader.
Sounds about right. Sabrina, good morning, Sabrina. Oh, Polaris Adventures expands internationally and celebrates 1 million rides. Well, if they want to get on McDonald's level, they gotta have like 5 billion served. But 1 million rides, that's a good start. Good start. 15 minutes till the casino opens. FTX collapse, still big news. So we got a little bit of cover today with the PPI, a couple of earnings reports coming out. Anything new on FTX that you've seen, Enzo?
Not at all.
Yeah,
I have not. I haven't even began to sit down and digest all of that. I'm trying to just keep my tinfoil hat in the closet for a little bit on that until all that stuff comes out. I don't have any I have no reason to be upset about that right this second, and I just look at it as an unfortunate thing for crypto in general. I think it's also just another distraction from ultimately the same thing we've been getting distracted from, is just manipulation over the stock market in general.
Yeah.
Whatever they decide to, whatever story they decide to use this week is irrelevant to me.
Well, I kind of look at it like the one take that I get from the quote-unquote financial experts that I follow and I watch, most of them don't have a clue about crypto. And like hearing them talk about it and talk about this situation, it's like if you had to have a sports, like the sports guy fill in for the weatherman. It wouldn't be off. You would notice like, what the hell is this guy doing?
Yeah.
So it's just, to me, it's making it extra confusing. But I guess I always look at the good side of it is anytime information comes to light, more people look into it, it raises awareness, and whether that'll gain momentum for the crypto movement, I guess we got to wait and see how this thing shakes out. But eyes on something are never a bad thing, especially when there's most likely going to be regulation on the table. At least if there's eyes on it, it's not going to be some stuff that they just slide through the back door on us, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden there's regulation that screws everybody because so many people will be watching it. And obviously the big powers are going to be they're going to be lobbying for regulation that favors them, but at the same time they're not going to want something like this, you know. Maybe it'll awaken the exchanges to like, okay, there's an opportunity that retail and us can coexist and both be able to, for it to be a good system instead of just a greedy banana system like dude was running. So who knows?
Yeah, no, it would be great for a lot of people not to be douches, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. Lately, it seems like people are being spot on. So, I mean, I'm not gonna let it surprise me regardless. I would just prefer this not to get ripped back against people here. I think that they're going to go and give you, oh, hey, yeah, the market's doing great. They're going to give us a bunch of good things. I think that, did we not just say PPI came short?
It came in better than expected, so it
better.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the cost of goods didn't go, the cost of producing goods didn't go up.
Right.
As much
So they
as
gave
it
us good information, but what was the one thing that might not have been good in there? Anything?
I don't know. I haven't really dug into it, but yeah, I'm sure that there's something like what Birdie said with the CPI, how they basically reported, what's the word I'm looking for here without getting in trouble? Maybe not the most accurate numbers on healthcare.
Right. So I feel like it's one of those where it's like, we're gonna give you an inch, we're gonna send you a mile, and then we're gonna rip this back because, oh, we forgot to tell you the fine lining of, oh, this actually happened, but we didn't make it a big, you had to actually read for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like if they don't, they'll give you a little piece of information that's a huge headline and say, here, go this way, and then immediately turn about 10 minutes later to, oh, well, actually, the market is still crashing.
Oh, there it is right there, Junk Savvy. Wage increases still outpaced by inflation was in the report.
Thank you.
People still get more. Perfect. And that's why they've moved on. That's why, since I got back from dropping Nikki off, it hasn't been, there's been a couple headlines that came up about PPI, but it's all been about FTX. But they're not, and the funny thing is, Junk Savvy, that's what they're not talking about. Like, you would think that that's in their wheelhouse because these people typically cover the stock market and not the crypto market. You would think it would be in their wheelhouse to cover the fact that they were tokenizing shares and shorting the market, but that's not what they're talking about. That's not being talked about. Those other shares, though, it's all just smokescreen stuff. It's like these guys talk and nothing comes out of their mouths. It's just the same talking points over and over with nothing. And Mr. Burry, talking about that G20. How about Trudeau and Biden dressing up like Chinamen, having a march? Oh man, boy was that funny. That was one step up from Pelosi rocking a dashiki on her knees. But
Jesus. That doesn't even sound right.
This is stuff that really happened, so. Yeah, exactly, Randy. Randy saying CPI was shite, and most people still haven't realized it or understand what those numbers mean. Yeah.
Oh, you mean when we go into December, Randy? This isn't gonna work out? You mean that this is all like a canopy of happiness that's about to get popped? There's no way, right? There's no way they're gonna take people's happiness in December after you've already gone and picked up all your Christmas presents and put yourself, what, $4,000 into credit card debt.
Well, yeah, and that was a theory. We got 7 minutes. That was a theory I was throwing at you this morning. I could see a market pump going into next week, and as minuscule as it sounds, with the economy and the shape it is, next week going into Black Friday is going to be a big shopping day. They're banking on this money going into the economy. So what better way to get people to spend money they don't have than to pump the market? Okay, hey, my 401k is coming back a little bit. Timmy can get that train set now. You know what I mean?
Right. They're also releasing a lot of those Florida hazard
hurricane money.
What is it? Yep. Yes, sir.
Which is good. You know, that's an unfortunate thing, but I think we have to look at that, at what's going to boom off of that money. You know what I mean? That money, it's not just going to be people pocketing money because they got their house demolished by a hurricane. You know what I mean? There's going to be rebuilds, things like that. Could be an opportunity there.
Right. Just to give you my thoughts real quick. I still see a bottom of 326 on the SPY.
326?
Right. Like, I see a bottom, like, just
like you're talking as far as overall, like market, not racing.
No. I'm saying, like, it could go there at any moment. I don't have any good feeling until I see about 290 to buy. But assuming that they go and they don't let just our entire market crash.
You mean 390?
Excuse me, yes. Okay. No. 290. 290 on the SPY. I'm looking at the weekly right now. And if you go back and look at that weekly.
So you're looking for like a 30% drop?
Yeah, something like that. And I'm looking at it in 6 months or so.
Okay, yeah, well that's what I was saying. Longer term, not
right.
Yeah.
Well, so I put that together with what you were saying earlier. Is it's interesting to me how there's no way they're going to use their own people's money, who they've already gone and said, like, it's a rough time of year. Like, it's a rough time in the market. Everything is down. Inflation's up. Everything is a problem. Why not go and give somebody a bunch of really good sentiment to walk into your local car dealership and pick up a car and get it for your lady because, oh, hey, the market's doing great. You know what I mean? I can go and pick up. As soon as you started talking about that started a thought process. Is they could go and do that. They could go and give people the sentiment of markets coming back. Oh, everything's great, everything's good. Oh, we're gonna go and give people their student loans back and like, this could be an orchestrated effort to just dump the market against the.
Well, the student loans thing was an orchestrated effort because they knew it was never going to pass, and they knew it was a figment of their imagination. And if you go back and you watch me on tape talk about it, I said the exact same thing, that this is bullshit. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. You were looking cute that day, I remember.
And sure enough, here we are, not happening.
Sure enough.
Kind of reminiscent of when they promised $2,000 stimulus checks and then reneged on that. Promised on legalizing marijuana, reneged on that. But the fight against fossil fuels burns on. So they did keep some campaign promises.
I'm looking at Dwac to try to go north, but I don't know if it breaks its daily high of what that in pre 2902 ish. I want to see it break that 2902 and continue. I will not take a play on Dwac until it breaks through the 2982 and through 30. But I would be playing everything to the downside here. We're getting right on top of VWAP right now on the SPY on a 5-minute. On Tesla, we also have kind of the same thing going on where we're looking to structure ourselves back over the 200 EMA over the 30-minute candles. I am concerned that you have a trend line that's going to bring you back on Tesla to about 190, 108. I see the SPY being over 402. The only people that we're going to go and benefit with the SPY being at 400 were the people that knew as soon as it ran down yesterday, oh, let's just buy a bunch of calls. There were a bunch of calls thrown in at the end of the day into those 15s, which is now obviously with PPI going up.
I was those people.
Yeah, they were also going to go and bait people over the 400 right now. So if you have money in
10 seconds, guys, 10 seconds. Keep an eye on your own charts. You can get a little bit of YouTube delay.
Take it.
Ding, ding, ding. And we are off. I do have money in it. And we got the S&P opening up 1.57%. The NASDAQ opening straight cooking on fire, up 2.5%. And the Dow up 0.85%.
Watch this just crack back. I would giggle. Oh, it already lost VWAP. That's not good.
Oh, BFAI, Bullfrog AI Holdings, and JEWL. So K West, not popping off yet, but I'll be watching for that IPO. NASDAQ now up 2.5%.
I'm into puts.
And those into puts.
On the SPY. And my Tesla calls are up 160%. Oh, I think we're gonna get burned here.
How so?
I'm out of my Teslas.
You had Tesla calls? Okay. Market pushing up a little bit. NASDAQ up 2.58. S&P up 1.75%. Dow up 1.2%. DWAC falling big at the open here. Down now 2%. 27.32. Lucid. Wow, look at Dwac, just fell like a stone. Dropped another 2%, 26.80 on Dwac.
If Tesla's gonna bounce anywhere, it's gonna be right at 193.63.
Lobo.
So tell me why the SPY is running whenever, what were we looking at? The Amazon's up 4%, getting rejected. Nvidia is, the max pain on Nvidia, just to let you know, is 140 this week. AMD, it's at $76 right now. Its max pain is 65 for the week. Just food for thought.
Okay. Arctic Fox, that's Sayata Mobile. Looking nice, up 43%, 23.6 cents on SYTA. Walmart holding those gains. Walmart up 6.25%, 147.22 on Walmart. That MasterCard you were talking about yesterday, Enzo, up 2.25%. Krispy Kreme, bad earnings. Earnings missed, I believe. And they're down 1%, so not a huge loss on it. TBLT, that tough built from yesterday, that's down 19%, back down to 306. What else is moving? AMC up at 760, up 3.5% for AMC. Big red candle though here on AMC.
It's going to be the overall market red candle.
You got Apple pushing up. Apple up just about 3% now, 152.55. Microsoft up 2%. That's fallen.
You break, you buy.
All right. Let's go back downside now. So I sold that call. That was over 100%.
Beautiful. That was the one you picked up at the end of the day?
Yeah, bought for $68, sold for $145.
Yes, sir.
Second time around on Sayata. I like it. Mike McEverything, Dwac to 1,000. Ooh, yeah, that's a little high hopes, but you never know. You never know.
I don't know, but
Dwac might be coming off this bottom here, 27.16. Dropped as low as 26.64, so down 2.5%. Tennis is physical. What's up, my brother? Your LIDR AI Inc. That's up over 3% today at 88 cents. That DAO, man, we should have just bought this when I mistakenly pulled this up yesterday when you were talking about something else, and it was up 10% yesterday, and it's up 11.5% today. DAO. Metamaterials, another juggernaut. Metamaterials up another 5.3% today, 178. Beautiful. I know my man Josh Miggs is deep into that and got to be loving life on that. LIDR pushing up a little bit more. Tennis about to break that 90-cent mark, 89.65.
I just doubled into my 390s.
390 SPY puts?
Yep. 394s.
Now, did you do what you were telling me earlier? So if you're looking to get into a short position here, you see downside, how far out are you going? How much time are you given typically on a play like that?
Right now, I'm hoping that we fall through the 193 area on Tesla. Dwac just kind of chilling. Right now, the SPY is losing its VWAP. I think that if we have the ability to drop, it's going to be quickly. And I think you're going to go and probably get the 400 break. Then we're going to get some stupid news, whatever it is. But I would be going out further in time on my puts and being closer to the money here, because if you're going to be closer to the money here, and let's say you have a month on those contracts, you're making money knowing that you're more than likely looking at a situation where you're going to go 70 to the downside. You're probably looking at the probability of going to the downside is 70-30 in this market right now off 400.
Okay, so would you say right now, with that being said, that if you're at any point, because we try to not just stick to one thing during the day. So say the market pulls back to a point that you think there's upside. Is it fair to say that if you're playing upside right now, you look shorter term? If you're looking downside, you want to give yourself more time.
Right, I'm going to be looking like 10 to 15 to 30 days to even months on my SPY puts
on the short
right
side. Okay, perfect.
But on my longs, I'm going to be looking to take those little chips at the block on the way up the tree to go and know that if we fall back, we can fall back, because everything that I make profit-wise to the upside, I can just go and buy another little put here. So I have another little peg for it to fall through and continue making me money. So when I see it go green, I have the ability to say, hey, I might have bought that out in time, and yeah, that might not be as good as this one because I might not have bought it at the exact same time. But if I bought the same contracts, I averaged it down, and it still seemed like it was in a good area to me at the time. But if it decides to go the other way and just go right through it, well, we're all in the money, so what the hell does it matter? You know what I mean? If it goes through that level of support that I've decided to put a put on, I would rather play shorter term calls going to the upside to make a couple extra dollars. So then when I find a cheap put or have a decent long win, we can go and know that we still can take that profitable money and put it into puts, and know that if we decide to fall through that, that's extra money off the top.
Let's go. Sorry. I get excited.
What are you doing?
Playing the downside. Let's go. Tank.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know what you were playing. What'd you scoop?
395 puts.
For today?
No, for Friday.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, make sure that if you have the ability right now, you are looking at the fact that we are breaking low of 195.91 on Tesla. We already broke through it. It already came through. It's 200. It's not trying to hold that. If it does, I'd be impressed, and it's going to go to the upside. I don't think that's going to happen.
Will you, when you get a second, look into AMTX? I'm looking at it right now. AMTX.
AMTX looks like it's trying to find support right there at the 599 area.
And I like the technology, Tennis. I know that. I know you're looking into that, renewable fuels and byproducts.
Is Tennis asking me to do technicals for him? Is he kidding?
Hey, that's respect right there.
That's huge respect. I appreciate that. You're looking at, if you break the bottom of 605, if you break 605 to the downside, you're gonna come 6 flat. I think it'll probably give you a 590 if it does break, but if you're good here, I don't see a problem if you hold the 608 on the close of this candle on a 30-minute. That's a double bottom, and that looks primed for a reverse to what? 670 or so, if not more. I don't know what I'm looking at a decent bottom at 575. That's a double. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't. You've had supported 6, yeah, absolutely. You've had supported 6 for so long. If you can break that downtrend, which I believe you guys did here, you're at least looking 670-ish, 660, 670. But yeah, that should be a nasty trade. If you're looking at it to, yeah, I mean, you're substantiating bottom right here at 603 several times, 605.
Mike McEverything, how would us selling Dwac and shorting it take down Trump? Just curious.
We got a Timmy? Do we have a Timmy in here?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. We don't give financial advice, Mike. We don't, you know.
No, we just make the stock market look good. That's all we're doing here.
Yeah, that's cool. If you don't like Trump, you can like him, hate him. We don't. It doesn't bother us either way.
Yeah, you could
We're cool.
You could like Kenny Rogers. I couldn't care less.
You could have voted for Kanye in the last election. I still tip my cap to you. The boys on Always Sunny did. It didn't work out too bad for them.
I mean, I would. Oh, come on down, Spy. Come on, girl. Let's go. Just go right through that the 400. I have support right here at the 494 cents. It is going directly through that.
We going down or what?
Do it. I mean, it just smacked it. There we go. Thank you. That was okay. This is called volatility. This is about to get weird.
Things are about to get weird. Let's go.
Yeah, no, because the only thing is that this has the ability to just bank itself right off of that 490. See that my chart has the ability to drop through and come about 450, 458. Excuse me, $400.58 on the SPY. If it does come to that, if it does not bank itself directly off the top of that 418-cent candle, this is going to go and come through. It has the ability to come down now. They're going to go and show you a bounce. It's going to get rejected, and this is going to come even harder to the downside. You're going to be looking at AMD probably trying to break through the bottom right now. It's trying to do that. Yep. Now we got Tesla. Where's Tesla? 197, obviously having to run up because right now it's going to more than likely get rejected from the top of its day right there. See that on the 5 minute?
Yeah, I got your charts up so everyone can see what you're talking about.
Right this second, you're looking at Dwac being able to find a bottom right here over the 50. It might not. I have no idea. I'm going to assume that Dwac might have gone and given that candle. It's probably going to go and give you a little help, but look at AMD falling faster than it probably needed to. So right there, you get the SPY to drop down the bottom. Now, when Tesla decides to break through its VWAP, we're going to see the SPY come through this little yellow line here. You're looking at Dwac here. That's now NVIDIA. NVIDIA is going to go and follow AMD, obviously. You have your 50, your 100 as your blue, and your 200 EMA and MAs as your green. We're doing that right now. So watch. Tesla has the ability to just drop through VWAP right here, which is this little yellow line. You have NVIDIA falling through and getting rejected from its VWAP here with no support underneath it until we get at least, what, 164? So you're looking at Apple. You have the ability to say, hey, Apple just got rejected at 152.84. So we're gonna probably come downside to 148 on Apple. Tesla needs to fall through right there. If it does decide to hold, I'm gonna assume that we might get the downside 196.33 here. That broke through again. It needs to just hold down to the downside, but the fact that AMD, Nvidia took a really hard, there's Amazon. Amazon, however, has the support right here at 101.75. It just decided to break through that. You're looking at 101.19 to Amazon on the downside. It's coming down hard. That is taking a big move on a 30-minute candle.
Let's go.
Yeah, so look, we're visiting all of our, right now, see how we're going through the technicals of the 100, then we're coming to the 50, 200, we're all doing that. There goes Tesla to the downside. SPY trying to go right through. Is it gonna hold? Nope, it broke through. We're gonna go find 399.63. But if we decide to hold right here, $418, it did not. It decided to just go right through that and say, sorry, thank you for playing. So, downside. We are flying.
Tennis, real quick, yeah, that DNA. I seen those earnings. I was thinking about you. There is some underlying good news in that. There is, what struck out to me, I peeped those earnings and the cash on hand for they're about 20% in cash. I think 1.3 or 1.4 billion in cash. So I think that DNA is going to be just fine. But I know you took a hit with the earnings. Did not see Amazon news. What do we got?
Don't tell me it's good.
Just about the cuts starting to this week. Maybe
Tesla.
some other news. Go ahead, let me look.
Tesla, don't do it. Amazon is trying to hold.
How about Amazon packages of decorative stones suspected to be used in smuggling of meth? Benzinga put that article out.
Yeah, that's calls. Let's go. Yeah, no, that's horrible. That's downside. I don't see that being good. I think that if the SPY decides that it's going to go and try to play this narrative, the problem is that we just went and we came through. We punctured downside. What's the close of this candle to the upside? 130. Yeah, so we missed that perfect touch on that candle. We came a little short of the SPY, so I think this is going to be a theatric of, hey, we're going to give you a bounce, and then they're going to absolutely tear it to the downside.
Okay.
Or they just might try to trade this sideways for the day. But I think that if they're smart, they would go and just try to break it back to everybody, or break it against everybody, because now everybody has, we're in puts. Well, if it break it down to the downside right now, you're going to go and smash everybody out of that premium.
Yeah, I don't know, Lobo. It says that they're working with Department of Homeland Security.
Me too.
So, I don't.
For a piece of sausage.
I mean, I don't know how big of a deal that is. Obviously, it's probably way more traceable, so I think they'll be able to probably get it. I mean, the USPS is used to smuggle stuff all the time, so. Caesar offering a helping hand, per se. If you missed that perfect touch, Enzo, Caesar's DMs are open. So.
Have they not been?
Well, he's just reassuring you.
Oh, good. I appreciate that, my man. Good guy, right?
Arctic Fox still cleaning up on that Carnival Cruise Lines. Loving that. Beautiful play. I know you've been in that for some time. Riding it up almost 7% again today, 1133. Well done. AMTX, hopefully you caught that bounce right at the right time there. I think you got in at 599 tennis, back up at 607 now. Birdie Hunter, cold and rainy day out there, but a busy day at the office. Glad to be home watching. Well, we're glad to have you here, Birdie. Hopefully you're home, dry, and everything is good. They got new and improved ways to take care of that, Grumpy. You could just put like a boom box up against your bladder and the shock waves, it'll pulverize it. I've seen it. Or excuse me, I saw it. I saw it. I was told I used seen the wrong way and should say saw. Let us
go to 398. Thank you. On the road again.
Well, this heat map's looking
booty.
It's looking pretty green right now. They give you a little false sense the first 15-minute one. I sometimes don't even like to look at it because it's not so updated. It's just on that initial push out the gate.
20-minute chart.
A 20-minute chart? I don't think I have that setting.
Yeah.
No, I don't ever use it though. Why? What's popping on there?
What's popping is called 390. This is a break. We need a retest, people. If it does not break, retest. Look, I'm just letting you know. This is going down to 398 first. Going to 391.
Let's go. I'm with it.
You could be wrong, but if I'm wrong, I'm losing.
Powell took a big fall. Well, I think what did they do? They must have had their earnings. Earnings were yesterday. Down 28% today. Maybe someone put a fake tweet out there.
We're over 69 on the RSI for the 20 minutes. We have support back at, like, if the only thing that happens is this either goes to 420 or we get downside. Tesla has the ability to get topped right here and come to the downside. Everything's getting a candle. Everything's looking, but like something doesn't feel right.
Yeah, Powell had bad earnings, it looks like, Grumpy. Their earnings per share beat, but looks like sales were down. Some lowered guidance. I don't know, probably higher expectations, maybe as shitty as it is to say. There was probably, with them, maybe a thought that there was going to be some civil unrest after the elections. I hate to look at it that way, but we're talking about money. Yeah, CBS, he'll be back in a second. He's away from his mic, so it's a little hard to hear him. He'll be back.
Oh, I'm an idiot. I keep forgetting. Sorry.
You good? Sayata still moving? Still on the move, up 30% now, 21.6 cents for Sayata.
Everything's giving you a good theatric right now, isn't it? Tesla, you're cute. Go ahead and sit down.
AMTX getting that pop. Tennis up at 622. So already up 25 cents on that trade. 5.99 already up at 624 now. Well done. Walmart holding those gains. Trying to test daily highs on Walmart, 148.14. That's up over 7%. Home Depot still down on their earnings, so down about 0.5% on Home Depot. LiDAR, LIDR, that's actually AI, not LiDAR, excuse me. That's up just a hair under 90 cents. Make it 90.2 cents now on LIDR, up 5%.
A couple of those, a couple of these, a couple of the naked lady tees. Hey Wang, it's a parking lot.
Oh, it looks good on you.
It looks good on you though.
All right, it's 2 minutes to 10, guys. We're about a half hour in. If you haven't done so, make sure to please hit that like button.
Smash it with your face.
Yeah. Ding that notification bell.
Yep. The market's about to get just absolutely mollywopped, in my opinion. Everything looks really cute right now.
AMC up at 767. GameStop up 27.16 on GME. That's up 4.25%. Ape up slightly. Ape up 1%, 144. So a little bit of gains there. Now you're all in big trouble.
Tesla still hasn't gone, and I'm sorry, the SPY.
Grumpy asking about his SQs. Tough thing right now, Grumpy, is as soon as we see something that's a market, that we see a market-wide reaction, like we've seen with CPI, like we're seeing this morning with PPI. The tough thing is, though, the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ is down so much more in comparison to the S&P and the Dow, it goes both ways. So when we see this upside, we're seeing it exaggerated on the NASDAQ, and that's what those Qs are based on, is the top 100. So it could fall a lot quicker, too, because it's you're betting on tech there for the most part.
This looks fake to me.
What?
The run that you're getting in AMD right now for no reason, when its max pain is at 67.
There could be something that we don't know about. So we seen Warren Buffett, was it yesterday or it was released yesterday that he had or they had bought into Taiwan Semiconductors. So do you think this meeting with China and the G20, maybe there'll be some semiconductor news that kind of helps these? You know, maybe there's a Pelosi buying up AMD calls as we speak. Who knows?
I don't know why they would be when.
Well, they all got hit when we put kind of that you basically couldn't trade chips and stuff from here. They couldn't send them to China. So I didn't hear anything of that officially being lifted. I wouldn't call it an embargo. I'm not sure the exact word on how it was playing out, but maybe there is news on that. Maybe something did happen at this meeting that we just don't know about. Because how are semiconductors doing across the board?
Right now, Tesla's coming up to 199.88. I need a rejection there.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a big coincidence, but let's just check out these semiconductors. Micron Technologies up 4%. NXP Semiconductors, that's NXPI, up 4%. Broadcom up 3%. Qualcomm up 5%. Intel up 2.7%. Nvidia up 4%. Taiwan Semi up 13.2%. AMD up almost 7%. Texas Instruments up 2%.
It's wrong. Period. None of this is correct to me.
I'm just saying, as far as semiconductors, maybe there's players that know something. You know what I mean?
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying something does not feel correct to me here, and they're trying to give you upside, and I do not think, even in the slightest bit, it's going to go and come to fruition. I think everything is downside right now from where it is.
It shouldn't be, Lobo. The Twitter page shouldn't be down. Walmart touching those daily highs, 148.80.
My Twitter page is down. We got problem.
Uh-oh, someone's got some splaining to do. SITM, Sitime Corp. Don't know much about this one, Tennis, but know that it's up 8% there, 111.04. Carnival Cruise continuing to cruise, 11.42. SPY pushing up back near that 402 mark, 401.83 on the SPY. Amazon up 4%. Apple up 3.25% now. Microsoft up 1.5%. Tesla fighting around that 200 mark, 199.86 on Tesla. Looks like it may have got, we'll see, up almost 5%. Google up 2.5%. Meta continuing to just cruise, and I don't know why. I don't understand it.
Is it at 116 yet?
It's at 118.
Oh yeah, no, okay, so it's going to I mean, the whole market's ready to get rejected here. That'd be great. Appreciate that. That'd be great. You know how I know?
How do you know? Non-refundable's asking you.
Absolute cheeks is the Netflix is getting rejected right now just broke through VWAP, got rejected at the 310, and we're gonna continue to play this game. Like, if SPY wants to go, SPY is gonna go, but like, we don't have control over that. I don't see in any way, shape, or form how PPI is going to go and give us. It seems like you're saying, hey, everything's great, don't worry about a thing, and then that's not what's being played out. We have the 200 break on Tesla. We still can have a 15-minute candle right there. This wants to come to the downside. You're probably going to see 195 or so. It seems like this is screaming, buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me. And it doesn't seem right. I'm not playing the upside to this, period.
Non-refundable just wants to know the cost for Enzo's 1 month out SPY put.
The cost of it?
And Sabrina dropping that Workhorse news. So another good catalyst for Workhorse. That's up 4.25% on that. Workhorse Group granted U.S. patent for flying vehicle systems and methods. Hey, sweet dreams and flying machines. That's what I'm talking about. Tennis playing that downside, so that's his that's kind of his inverse play, is the FNGD microsectors. What is that? 3 times leverage in the daily inverse performance of the FANG Plus index. And I know you've had tremendous success with that, playing it to the downside. And, you know, I've always said that going back over a year, whatever you're going to play to the downside, not that you have to lock into just one thing.
382.
But it seems to me, Tennis, that it's a lot easier, you know, to trade one thing. So, like, some people like to trade just the Qs or just the FNGD, something like that, because you can, when you're playing with leverage like that, the movement's completely different. So, I applaud you on sticking with that.
The price of it right now is $429. They were just picked up today. There were 40,000 of these picked up. $382 strikes. See what just happened to the SPY though? We got smacked right back into that wedge. That was not a clean break. That did not catch support. The SPY is now, or I'm sorry, Tesla's now going to try to hold on a candle, 180, top of this one, what's the open of this candle? 198.98. You have Netflix right here trying to go and boost itself back up over the over VWAP. However, we're going downside off of that $310.99. $310.99 is the candle that keeps going and get rejected. If Tesla breaks back through and you see the SPY come back through this yellow line, that's a big problem. Apple 153 trying to break up to the top side, however it's not actually moving the market. If that decides to get rejected, you're probably out here looking at 153.61 is what I have on a 30-minute chart on Apple. AMD still doing its thing, but getting rejected off of the 50 is what it came. I think it was 56, the 78.56, which was probably 78.41 is a touch way back in the day, so it's getting rejected off of that. Hopefully Netflix sits down here, but I am going downside. All my indicators are down. I would be looking sub 389.
Let's go. Enzo, I'm gonna go run, let the dog out real quickly.
You do whatever you need to do, baby. I'm out here.
Appreciate it.
I'm just throwing the fishing pole in, giving a little dip.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Alright, I'll be right back.
AMD wants to come back to AMD wants to come right back here to this 6270 area. We'll call it just to be clever, like 6490. But if you're holding calls right now, this is kind of the movement that I was trying to keep you away from. If this breaks low here, you're in deep trouble. Like, you're in some really, really bad territory. The only thing that can really save you is something like Netflix just rocketing through the sky. AMD is coming down, back off that top. Google moved through. It's actually trying to hold right now, but it tried to regather its VWAP here. If it decided to make a move to the upside, I would like the overall market to keep going, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think that Microsoft is going to get rejected, even though we've broken up over VWAP. See, here we go with Netflix doing its thing, just deciding to move unnecessarily, giving the SPY back basically its rejection off of VWAP to make sure, hey, I'm not good enough to go here. 101 or 401.25 has been a repeated level of interest of of the SPY or the S&P 500, so I don't have any. Oh, you know what I didn't turn on? I didn't turn on the chat bot this morning. My apologies. We need that break low of $489 on the SPY. $400.89 on the SPY, excuse me. AMC's doing something. AMC is staying in this little channel on the 30-minute, but it looks like we're also getting rejected. Same place we were. Yeah, I'm gonna assume downside to the overall market right now. Is nobody saying anything in the chat right this second? Or is the bot frozen? Lobo, I love you more though. Rena's saying there's a Ford announcement, strategic partnership with manufacturer. See, that's good news though, Bree. I don't see that being a good thing though. There we go. Come on down, SPY. Here we go, Netflix. Come on, break VWAP. Let's go. Tesla, I swear to God, if you hold VWAP, I'm going to cry. Please make sure you're mitigating risk here. Funny, Cash App just told me that GME is up 5%. Every time I get a notification for that kind of stuff, it always ends up peeling back. It just feels like there's an overall sentiment in the market of like, hey, everything's gonna be fine, guys. Don't worry about it. Like, bend over, squat, cough, basically. Does not seem like we're about to do anything good. I just don't know when it's gonna make a move. Where is this? Thank you. Oh, there goes Tesla back to VWAP. Can I get a home? Yeah. Come on down. You be good, and I'll get you an ice cream on the way home, okay? But if you're not going to, and you're just gonna be rude, there's no reason for you to be over 200 right now. Go back to your kennel. Shares of Rely. Oh yeah, that's a red flag. Flag on the play. Tennis's physical is out here touching people with that style, with the Rely. What's it doing? I haven't even looked at it. Oh yeah, that's why. Okay. Support. Yeah, that's what we're doing here. Very good eye. That's the breakup. That's the retest. You're looking for that 200 hold, basically, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Sabrina got the 3 blue hearts in the chat. That's a dub. Hey, Netflix, I'm just gonna be honest with you. If you do this, I'm gonna be pissed. Rejection. Get big, son. Get off that 312. Just get off of it. Yeah, here we go on AMC. They're gonna go and run this thing right about there. Downside. There we go. SPY. Now what we don't need is the SPY to bounce right here. I need this to go right through $442. I don't need it to stop. No, I don't need it to stop and pass go. Don't collect $200. Go through it. Let me get some help from Netflix one time for the one time. Tesla's coming back through. It's VWAP on a 30-minute. Right now it's also going through on the 5. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk to me nice. Yes, sir. We punctured on Tesla to the downside, Netflix to the downside. Apple came back through the 153. Hopefully we don't hold 152.79. SQs, I'm looking to find some support in a bottom. I would assume that, Grumpy, your SQs are going to go and try to retest 4350-ish. 4370, just in probably the day. I like how Tesla just broke to the downside, punctured it, and still trying to give me a green candle. Gotta love that. Yeah, SQs are gonna come rip back at any moment. It's that trend right there. SQs want to come back probably somewhere around the 45, 46 area, but I don't know how many days. I would assume we're going to go and try to retest that 48 in a couple, but I see a bottom ultimately of about 39.10. I don't think that it's going to happen now. I think that they'll probably try to run this back 34, 35, let you get the 46, and then come back to the downside because there's a trend right here on the SQs. And if you're running that, I'm looking at something here. 41 bounce to 43, then a push through when the market starts coming back down in a big way and breaks through about 390. You'll see the 45 And then you'll see once it decides to come back through, 70, you'll see that area, and then it'll probably start perking back towards that 43 area, and then they'll find some support and probably start tanking.
All right, what did I miss? Anything good?
Grumpy giving me the hang loose paintball fingers. I got excited.
Okay.
That's it.
Monumental.
What do you mean that's a dub?
That's a dub, son.
You went and had 3 blue hearts earlier. Three blue hearts.
3 hearts equals dub.
Yep. I've been told that 1 in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of psychobabble that was, but we'll go with it. Right now I'm looking at these SQs though right now, Grump, and if I'm looking at it correctly, I want this right here. I'm gonna look for this to go and probably post a big candle here. You take, oh, that's a little off.
Bitcoin trying to touch 17.
Yeah, and if it touches 17 and it goes, then market's going to be great. If it touches 17, gets rejected like it should.
Luca Bamba, good morning, my friend. What's up, buddy? Great to see you.
You were hacked.
Yeah, because he said something nice. So you got to get with the program. When Grumpy says something nice, he steps out of character every once in a while, gets quote-unquote hacked. You know what I mean? Just like FTX. Grumpy gets hacked and says something nice.
Right. No, yeah. I wish that would work.
No news yet, Birdie. I believe from everything I've seen, the expectations are 8 p.m. tonight on Dwac. On the Trump announcement.
Yeah, I'll call him up, Bird. I'll see what's popping. See right here on these SQs right now, we just broke down on my trend, but because we have that 4203 level that we've been holding, I'm not concerned. I'm just using my technicals from a level. They don't have to be perfect, but right this second, you're telling me we got rejected from the SPY. How many different times right here at the 401.90? We had a huge move back to the downside. We've been rejected numerous times, and now you're gonna tell me we're gonna move. No, that's not gonna work for me. That's gonna be a, hey, have you met VWAP kind of thing? This should be getting rejected right here on Tesla at 199.80. Excuse me. 199.89. It should get rejected right here and come to the downside. That's also watching the SPY double top on a 5-minute candle with that little W, but I don't know that that's a W as much of a false break.
Wow, so Luca thinking, I don't think that's a far out theory that they're shorting through ETFs. I think they've kind of been doing that all along. And PPI numbers came out. They were better than expected. 0.2%, I believe, difference in the expectations and the actual. So we seen an initial big jump right at 8:30, Luca, right when those numbers came out. Not as dramatic as the CPI numbers, but similar at the moment. A big jump right at 8:30.
Tell me if I'm wrong here. The tennis was just saying good eye to me about something. I think that was when I was talking about Rely. Tell me that Rely didn't go and start moving to the north side when the market started crashing the other day, or like a couple months back.
Possibly. I couldn't say one way or another.
If it did, that makes a whole lot of sense why Rely would be moving right now when everything should be getting rejected. It's the precursor.
Okay.
If the SQs right now are sitting here holding, I don't know what Tesla's doing, but Tesla's just like, I feel like I had the right, feel like I had the right call on Tesla. I still feel like I have the right call on Tesla. Bears are definitely losing control of this thing though. And it's not any fault of their own. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Technically speaking, that's a horrible idea for you.
So everything pumping. This Taiwan semiconductor, I wonder if people just loaded the boat after it was made such a big deal with Buffett on his or their, whatever you want to call it, accidental oxy play, because that thing, as soon as that headline hit that they went big on oxy, that thing ripped. And I mean, obviously it was ripping because of energy situations as well, but just seeing the big difference in Taiwan Semi up against everyone. So Berkshire bought $4.1 billion in shares of Taiwan Semi in Q3, and it's ripping today.
Am I looking at an ascending wedge on Tesla right now?
Well, you know, I think that's a matter of perspective.
I think that if you're looking at your patterns, I'm looking at an ascending wedge.
I'm looking at the 5-minute chart, and I see the character from Asteroids upside down. So whatever that is.
Pew pew.
Yeah.
Give me that big old.
It doesn't look like they can hold that $200 mark. I mean, obviously it's going a little bit past it, but
if the SQs just decide to start moving, like, yeah, bye bye Netflix, have a good time, bye bye buys. You took 3. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a next trade too. If Netflix is starting to fail right here and it decides to go through that 50 and it's 100. That's my indicator right this second. And if you see a big red candle come back into that wedge on the SPY, I don't want to see the SPY hold 401.25 here.
401.25. Okay, 401.25.
401.25.
All right, we're at 401.49. Are we gonna hold 401.25? Let's see. 401.46. Luka Bamba, get that money, brother. Get that money.
Let's get ready to rumble on the SQs real quick. I think the Space Jam joint should definitely be like uncopyrightable. You know, that's just a good time.
Let's Space Jam joint.
Dun, 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 dun. It's the, like, I don't know, every basketball game has it.
What?
I don't know.
Hey!
I don't even know the
song. Hey! That song?
No, not that one. No,
that song gets the crowd going.
No, it's
you gotta get that one too. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Those people were geniuses. That's like the people that made the Day Bow Bow song. They knew that they could just Day Bow Bow. Day Bow Bow.
Yeah, I don't know what that song is, but it's awful.
Oh, yeah. Day bow bow. 9 p.m. at Eastern Time. In addition to his candidacy, he may announce a new political party. Yes, here we go. Oh, AMC Popcorn, you can't come out soon enough. Some are saying it's going to be the best party possibly ever. Possibly ever. So...
Fake news.
I could see it. I could see it right now. We will call it the party of Trump. Patriots first, Trump second.
The Patriot Party. It's gonna be the Patriot Party. It's gonna be the best.
What we're trying to do is bring back. This is just a train wreck. Democrats gotta be loving this. Loving it. Man, they're like McDonald's right now.
I can't stop loving you.
Yeah, what time is that at, Germ Corp? Actually, I was gonna try to get it. I think it was at 10 o'clock when Barr was. He might be speaking later. I think he was in front of Senate Banking Committee maybe today.
I will take a hold for 500, Alex.
And Germ Corp, what's really funny is we've completely ignored Fed statements since the CPI numbers. Every kind of every Fed representative that spoke since then said, "This is awful. Don't stop getting carried away. These CPI numbers don't mean diddly squat. Relax. We ain't tapering nothing." And the market said, "We're gonna run anyways."
Wee.
The market right now is like Dr. Dre and Boys in the Hood when he was a kid. And he was like, "I'm going to the store." And he's like, "You ain't got no money, fool." He was like, "I don't care. I'm going anyway."
Right.
That's what the market is right now.
It's about to get the block shot up right now.
He better make it the USA party and have Miley Cyrus singing that song. It's a party in the USA. I could see that. I've got my hands up. It's
Go Donald.
Crazy
Go ahead
world.
and give me a big green candle with a nice wick on it. Scare a bunch of people and just rip to the downside. Can I get a homie now? And also with you?
Awesome, Germ Corp. Appreciate that.
I'm holding mass out here, Germ Corp.
How do news people keep a straight face? How do they read the stuff that comes out and keep a straight face? I give I got a newfound respect for like people on the news that they're able to spew bullshit out of their mouth and keep a straight face. It's an incredible talent.
I don't know.
I mean, in theory, Lobo, this is exactly what I've kind of been saying we need. We need another option. Unfortunately, the only way that option could work is if you could take people from both sides and get them to find some kind of common ground. Now,
okay, so think about that real quick, because I don't know, like I've said, I don't know anything about politics.
Donald Trump will not do that. Will not be able to do that. And I think people need to just accept it, including himself. He's not, no matter how unifying he wants to be right now, he needs to accept reality. He cannot be a unifying leader or even potential leader. So, if you had somebody that was, and he's going to try to play both sides of the fence. Don't forget, I was a Democrat. Yeah, you're a flip-flopper. We know.
You sound like the guy from South Park when you do that. Mimsy.
Well, all these characters blend in my head, and maybe, I like the beach, Counselor Steve.
I like the beach. Yo, SQ's doing exactly what I said they were going to do. You know what I mean? Coming back to VWAP. Trying to come back up. Just needs to get up there a little bit. That wick definitely has range on it.
Well, that's why I don't blame anybody for who they vote for, Lobo. When you're presented with a turd sandwich and when the options aren't the best, you do what you got to do, and you know, again, I'm not bashing the guy. What I'm bashing is he should have an awareness of the climate of the country, and if he truly cared about the country, and I just think he would step aside. And if you guys are Trump supporters, you could hate me for saying that, but that's how I feel. It's nothing against him personally. It's we need somebody that could bring this country together, or it's just going to be more of the same, rinse and repeat.
Look, I will take the call at arms. No, I'll do it. I'll go be president 2024.
I mean, I think even Democrats would agree as far as the country, we were in much better shape under Trump than we are under Biden. Now, that's not to say that Trump was perfect, Biden was bad.
Sleeping at the wheel.
He is, but a lot of things have changed too, and sometimes that's almost worse. You know, we've seen that with George Bush. George Bush wasn't really leading the country. He was reading super fudge up in a tree while the adults ran the country in the form of Dick Cheney and stuff. So it's almost scarier when you have that puppet regime in there. What's up, Stone? Get money?
Oh, I stay stoned and get money.
May announce, Junk Savvy. Sorry. We get a little carried away.
I feel like I could be the next presidential elect. Yep.
Caesar. I never said it was good.
SQs are coming back over VWAP. Looks like the market's getting heavy. Tesla's trying to come back down through that 195.17. SQs are pumping, getting back over this line of resistance that I have. SQs getting heavy, SPY's getting heavy. Probably gonna break down through that $480 mark. $400.80, excuse me. That's a good candle on the SQs. We just need to start moving back towards 443, where I was saying earlier. But I'm definitely going to be running for president of the MAGA party.
They can't stand for Make America Great Again. It would have to be
Make America Gorgeous Again.
Yeah, golden.
I'm definitely golden, the most voluptuous, baby. I'm definitely the most voluptuous. Okay.
Yeah, Sabrina. Strong. That's what had me thinking something more was coming. I've seen what AMC's been doing with the popcorn, and we need to branch out. Yeah, Sabrina, that's what made me think that there was more to it, because even with the ego that he kind of has, an announcement to run for president isn't a monumental, it's monumental, but it's not historical. People do it every 4 years. It's not, some unprecedented thing. So I just figured because of those words that there would be something more to it. Stone Get Money says Trump gonna say that he's running for the Speaker of the House today. I don't want to misspeak, Stone, because I have seen some interesting theories on that and how it could play out, and I don't put nothing out of it. Listen, there's not a thing that you guys could type in the chat that you could tell me that could potentially happen tonight at 9 p.m. that I'd be like, nope. Maybe he rolls out Kanye as VP. Who knows? Probably not, because he kind of started a tiff with Candace Owens, so Kanye probably isn't making America great again anymore. I don't know.
No, it's probably going to be him getting Brittany Garner out.
Could be. I don't know if he has that kind of pull, and I don't know if that would be good, because I think if that was to happen, they would say, okay, that's awesome. That proves Trump's a Putin puppet. You know what I mean?
No, that means that he was able to go and branch out and say, hey, I had a
Yeah, I think we should, Stone Get Money. You want to do that, Enzo? You want to put a stream up tonight for that?
for the.
We'll have a Donald Trump drinking party.
Oh, dude. Well, I'll take my tits out.
All right. What you guys? The only way we're gonna do it, Stone Get Money, is if you guys can come up with 5 keywords. We need 5 words that we expect Trump to say repeatedly to form a Trump announcement drinking game. If we can get 5 good words, we can write those down, and I will participate. Nikki will be at his ma's tonight, so
we were also doing poker.
I can get weird.
So
I can get weird.
I'm trying to figure out how to put a live feed on the poker table. That's what I'm trying to do.
You can do that.
But
yeah, hey, maybe we should. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe we should debut tonight on Rumble.
Oh, that's a horrible idea.
Why? We got to make our debut over there, and then we can say things that maybe we can't say here, accidentally.
Oh, accidentally? I'm gonna accidentally on purpose. Yeah, I don't.
Listen, he's gonna say things that are gonna blow your mind, Enzo. And I want to have it all on camera. I want to watch your head just, because you're just getting in. You're just kind of getting the feel of politics and what happens, and I don't think you know just yet how theatrical it is and how. So you know what I mean. I think you'll enjoy it.
Seems what like politics is to me is a bunch of.
It's a bunch of adult toddlers.
It looks like a bunch of people that like missed out on Broadway, so they have to go and do the theatrical. Like I'm gonna wear a wig and.
Well, at least no, that those people that do that are up in Hills country, up in Canada. They put on the wigs. They have a great time, man. They yell at each other.
Called Newfound Glory.
No, I think it stems from Parliament. Yeah, dude. They got a guy like Rod Roddy that be telling like the president to come on down. He'd be like, "Okay, Trudeau, come on down." Da, 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 da. And then the other guy yells at Trudeau for like 10 minutes. Yeah, Rob Roddy, man.
Why does that sounds like a great name for a porn star?
Well, you probably know his name. You probably had a grandma or something at some point that you watched Price is Right with, and Rob Roddy was the jovial guy that would announce the contestants. Peter from Pensacola, come on down. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, we should definitely.
Yeah, but they do it for they do it on all occasions, so they're covered on blackface. They've done blackface. They did Dashiki Neal, and they did Chinaman yesterday. So they're good, man. They're good. There we go. Yeah. Nunya's got some crime, economy, border, safety, sanctity of life, election. I'll say, okay, so that'll be beer. Liquor will be, we got to have two separate lists. The other ones have to be a little bit more obscure. Like China, billions, huge. Hill says, I, me, my, all that. We know he's going to say all that. But what we need like, I think sanctimonious should be a shot.
What's his word for, like, people like Pelosi? I would call him shysters.
He may try to use deplorables, Hillary's thing, possibly.
Oh yeah, no. If he starts talking about Hillary, I'm gonna start crying to laughter. She's a good time.
Yeah, but he can't do anything that Alex Jones didn't. Alex Jones set the bar so high in court when they asked him about the the pedophile rings and stuff. And he was like, you mean like the Clintons and Epstein?
I mean,
and then you just heard na 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 na, and the friggin' sunglasses dropped on Alex Jones. It was great. It was great.
I feel like the Podestas are weirder than anybody.
But the good thing about the Podestas is they're now in control of all the COVID funds, which, if you guys thought it was gone, think again. It's back for another... got renewed for another season. Joe Biden extending the COVID emergency, whatever, till March of next year. So good to see that the writers will keep working. You know what I mean? I hate a writer's strike. So COVID pandemic still on, guys. Recession off, pandemic on.
SQ's
USA.
right now. Buy coming to drop back down to that 400. Looking at VWAP right now. Looking like it's trying to turn it back up. It's not going to. We're short here. I would have preferred to be long on that wick.
Giggity.
Damn right.
Looks like the SPY coming back down towards that 400 mark again. Did we dip under it at all? Will we have 399.97? Was the low? I think it
94, 97, something like that, yeah.
I thought it touched under, but
7. Yes, you're correct.
oh, we got a treasure hunt going on in the chat. Be sure to get in on that.
Oh, I gotta get in there.
Yeah, so I think that's a good idea. Like I said, let us know if it's worth your time, our time, and I think there would be no better day than to try Rumble out. We've never used it before.
We do need one thing though. We need like a bunch of likes, subscribes, and you got to share it on your personal page because
yeah,
we got to get enough people in there because if we can't get enough people drinking in one location, we have not gone and done our daily due diligence.
And if you don't drink, don't feel inclined to. You know, you can join us.
Whatever your hey, take a deep breath of fresh air every time you want to, whatever. Just come spend some time, hang out. The page up and running.
I think you set that up already, didn't you, Rumble? I thought you did. If not, we'll get it up and running, Lobo.
No,
oh, Birdie, we're going to be waking you up at 2 a.m. We're going to be waking you up. You might as well set the alarm. Set the alarm now. Yeah, if it's not up and running yet, Germ Corp, we'll get it up and running over lunch. I know it's not as complex as some of the stuff that we had to get going here on YouTube, but
who cares? It doesn't matter. They won't let me in anyway.
Well, you know what? There's some dude like that guy in Billy Madison sitting at Google right now just messing with you because you picked on his haircut in high school or something. And he just knows. And that's what's going on.
How do we have...
Oh, that's bye. Bye-bye.
Deuces, brother.
As Enzo would say, what's the name of this game?
I win. The outside the charts Rumble has 410 likes on it with 2 followers. Never, I don't think I've ever posted here. Soaking. How did you...
AMD.
Wait, what?
What?
I've apparently been posting on Rumble.
Identity theft is real.
No, like I have control of the account, but every single video
from here has been going to Rumble? Okay, that's good. That's not a bad thing.
Nope. That's actually really cool, but 4 hours.
Thanks, Lobo.
No. Hold on a minute. This is gonna be an old man thing.
Who?
I think that I went and had a conversation with Merlin at one point.
I don't know who that is.
I asked him if he would take care of it, and I think that actually, without me even knowing, he might have been doing this. Because there's no way that I've been doing it. I'm asleep at the wheel if I've been doing it.
I wonder if you just linked it so that it automatically... does something. But real quick, while we're still in the heat of the action, Enzo, put that aside for a second and have a look at AMD for our good friend Stone Get Money.
Stone Get Money, dude. All day, every day.
He's got $90 calls for the 25th.
Oh, you need to be out of those like 3 hours ago. About an hour ago.
So you got about a week and a half on those.
I would go and the way that I would play that is I'm definitely out right now of at least 75% of that position. If you're north, if you're profitable right now, I take my money. I go and try to resubstantiate just at least right this moment. Or I would be going back to the 70. Like, this looks like it broke up over the 70 here, $70 mark. Once it went through 70, 63, it basically just took off. It tried to go and consolidate right there at 72, continued to go. I think that this is honestly just, it happened to catch, or chips happened to catch that perfect, every time they needed to come back down and retest support, it just happened, the market just happened to keep pushing it up. I think that that's exactly what's happened until right now. It's probably going to be the catalyst to watch everything come to the downside. You could at least look 75, 68, and then 72, 30. But I mean, ultimately, I'm looking at probably the $70 mark just right now. I think that we could easily go back down to the 60s. The max pain on AMD right now is 65 and 67 for next week. So if you do think that, okay, after the run, the options will kind of go and even themselves back out to probably about 69, 70. So I would be aiming right at 69 or 70, and I would be trying to buy them at a better price there. Because right now, if you're picking them up now, you're going to be against your money as soon as they get to, what, 75? I don't know what the hell that was on Netflix, but you're cute.
Saucy Fredo,
yeah.
What's up, brother? Short on chips. So did you, Saucy, did you get that short position today while the chips were running? Because you got semiconductors all coming back down now, but all were on fire earlier.
So right now, I'm going to write these down, but I'm looking at Softy.
Hi, don't ever shut up. The only reason I think we're going to do it on Rumble, Hyde, is just to get a presence over there, get some content on there, because we do need to have it as a backup in case I say the wrong thing on here and they shut us down, because it could happen, you know.
So I'm looking at the market right now, and I'm looking at Nvidia. That makes sense.
Well done, Saucy.
So AMD is going to be at the bottom. Tesla's going to probably be right before that. So if you look at the market right now, it's looking like it's about to walk into its consensual pattern. Or I'm sorry, consensual, not consensual, not consecutive. No, what's the word that I'm looking for? I keep doing this.
Wow, and then now it's rubbing off on me at the same time, right?
Yeah, but basically it's running oh man, this is horrible. Consequential, it's sequential.
Isn't it the same thing as like when you get two sentences but you serve them at the same time, they get served.
Right, I don't know.
Whatever that word is.
No, the word is sequential. It's when I can go and say 1, 2, 3, and they're gonna go, and it's happening in a sequential pattern.
Okay.
That sequential pattern right now that I'm looking at is things, and it's gonna be roughly off, but it looks like everything's coming back down to go red. If it does, you're going to be looking at Microsoft, Meta, SPY, Amazon, Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, AMD. Google's probably going to be in there right around number 3. You have Meta up there, and then you're going to see Dwac at the exact same time start running back up. And the only reason I'm making this thought is because Dwac is no question going to go back up to 28, whatever it is, or whatever it was at this morning, because of the social sentiment pushing into the end of the day, right? It's running basically adversely to everything else in the market. Dwac is literally the only thing red other than the SQs. If you look at the SQs and you look at Dwac, we got a huge push down. We have a huge bull on a 5-minute. We've basically just been getting stair-step down on Dwac. You have the bottom, which it hit perfectly at the 25.58. It's probably going to come retry 27.66. And if that's the case, you're going to see all of these things that are green right now coming back against Dwac. And Dwac's going to try to go back towards its neutral point. If Dwac decides to start coming back towards the green side, which it looks like it could go and just decide to bottom here and continue to stair step back up to at least $27. So if that's the case, you're going to watch the adverse thing happen in the market, which your indicator's using Dwac. If Dwac's looking solid right this second, and you're watching AMD or something like that, who you think is going to fall, you can play it off of that. If Microsoft goes, because I think Microsoft is the closest one to 0. If I'm not
Man,
mistaken.
Walmart just cracked 150, 8.5% gains.
So we just watched the SPY actually come down through that little crotch. It's gonna try to go give the low of its day. And it's looking like it's trying to support itself in this little pattern. SQs look like they're trying to break over the 100 EMA. All the memes are running. I just looked over and AMC is at 666%.
Wow, they're already on to 6G. Nokia to lead German national funded 6G technology project. Okay.
Nokia.
6G it is. When 5G just isn't enough.
Does that come with a headache as well, or what?
Does it come with a phone that works? Because 5G is nothing but crap on my phone.
Nokia is probably coming back regardless.
Um,
474.
So AMC up at 778. That's up 6%.
Goodbye. Bye. Good night.
Ape up 2% at 145, and then GameStop up 5%.
Veramuth, do you do the Fandango? Yeah. Yes, I do. Goodbye. Spy is leaving to the downside, trying to go grab that 50. Let's watch Amazon. Amazon's going through its 200. That was the break at 200. We're going to watch it decide to slide by this green candle and break its pre-market, hopefully. We're going to actually look at Apple as well, because Apple's going to be one. Yep, there's the 51 or 52.15 break. 152.15 break to the downside. There we go.
There goes that
Caught
SPY.
that. Yep, caught that perfectly. Now you can go and look at that AMD trade that I was just talking to you about. That AMD trade has the ability to bounce here. It will not. It's falling directly between its 100 and its 50 EMAs, and I don't see you. Yeah, that SPY is just going right through its 50 at the moment. Amazon's coming to the downside. You can see that Google is now going to break its daily lows at the 97.91 area. Microsoft is now actually only 1% up when it was actually just the closest thing. So like I said, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, SPY, Google was going to be in the middle of probably Microsoft, Meta, Google, Amazon, SPY, Nvidia, Apple, Tesla, AMD. AMD will probably be the one to catch everything. But it might go into the red as well and even go a little bit further. So the SPY, we got out of these. Bitcoin hit 7,000 perfectly. And I said, nope, that's probably getting rejected. The next place I want this thing to jump to is more than likely 1680 or 16,850 coming to the downside. You can see it's 50 EMA trying to come back to it a little bit here. I think you'll probably get a little bit of a resistance or a little support there. But ultimately, I think we go right back through it. I think that we're probably going to come to the downside decently heavy for the next couple of days. But don't we have some kind of catalyst Thursday?
I'm sure it's slipping my head though right now. I'm sure there's some kind of numbers that we'll get, like I said, that we're supposed to be afraid of.
Don't get money is 100% correct right there. AMD has great fundamentals, but they're getting touched 100%. Apple is trying to go and obviously broke its day, or it's open. We're looking to go through 52, like the psychological of 52 that we had support at. We got a decent amount of buying underneath that 400. What's up?
Oh, me? I was just coughing.
Yeah. Oh.
My bad.
Saucy's going long. Going long on what? Hein, I appreciate that. I have to get that.
10 calls for GDX. Go big or go home, Saucy. The Van Eck Gold Mines ETF.
No, he's talking about the Dixie. He's thinking that you're thinking you get a pop here. So that would be I could see that curveball, but I think that that's gonna go, and I think that the Dixie might be giving you a lot of people watch the Dixie, but I don't think that you're gonna go and get the result you're looking for there. I think it's gonna turn up, it's gonna show you some good stuff maybe for a little bit, but I don't know if you're gonna actually get that bounce here. I'd love to get that bounce and watch AMD come back to life, Nvidia, all those green or blue chips, but it'll be interesting to see if Meta doesn't go and crash. You can see Microsoft battling for that 200. Yeah, right there, there's the breakdown. Volume coming out of it. Did get some green volume here, but I'd be surprised if they were able to turn it around against all the money that's come in down to the downside.
See the SPY back over 400, right at that 400 level.
Where's Tesla? Oh, Tesla's gonna try to do it now, really? It's gonna get rejected from 199.88. And if it doesn't, that's gonna really irritate me. Because right now, Lucid, Neo has the ability to come through. actually hold an overview up. So EVs are gonna go and what, pump the market? Doesn't make sense.
There's that heat map. And really, healthcare and energy, the only thing showing any weakness.
No, there's no way.
That's how it's looking right now.
No, I'm saying I don't think that there's going to be any problem going to the downside here. I think they're going to just try to hold it and probably trade it sideways, but there's no way in my mind that they're going to let it rip up to the top side for any amount of time. It doesn't seem profitable to do that to them.
I can see that.
Yeah, no, those guys all suck, Stone.
We appreciate you being here, Stone. We try, man. It's a lot of work goes into it, but there isn't what separates us from some of those guys is we're not trying to be just a celebrity or something. We're trying to help others, help ourselves at the same time. And, you know, there's strength in numbers. There's not just me and Enzo, but everybody in the community that brings different perspectives, that bringing us the news. It's a real communal effort around here, and appreciate you being here.
No, I appreciate you, like, talking in the chat and engaging with us. We wouldn't have anything else to do, and then I'd have to talk to him all day.
Yeah. The only thing you'll ever hear us shill for around here is likes and subscribes and that kind of stuff. We
charity.
We appreciate your time. I've said this, and I'll say it probably every single day. You guys donate the most precious thing in life to us by just being here, spending time with us, and that goes a long way.
Yeah. The only thing, like, we might ever do is do, like, a charity drive or something like that. You want to give some money, go give it to charity. Like,
yeah, and I dropped the ball on Thanksgiving with this. I'm going to be doing some Thanksgiving stuff personally with the boy, but we're definitely going to get something out and something set up for Christmas. So look for that in the next week or two. Is that what it is? You know what, Hyde? I have to plead ignorance on it myself. I've watched a few videos on Rumble, but I haven't used it. I haven't used it too much to know. I'm assuming the plus is like a like maybe, or maybe that's to add to like a watch list or something. I'm not exactly sure, Hyde. Awesome, Stone. Awesome. And if to everybody that's in the Discord, if you ever get a weird message from anybody, if you ever do get anybody asking you for any kind of money or any kind of anything, please let either myself, Enzo, a ton of other people, just let somebody know. Because you'll never get solicited by the channel, by anybody here to sign up for anything or to, anything like that.
No, we have a Patreon account. Other than that Patreon account, do not send money to anybody saying that they are us.
Yeah.
Unless you are listening or seeing my fat face or hear his voice or whatever, make sure, please do not give your money to anybody.
That a boy, Saucy. That a boy. Rode Hood puts this week. Now riding Hood calls. Beautiful. Hood up 6% right now. 10.13 on Robinhood. They're another one. We'll see what kind of repercussions come from Robinhood. Both the company, if they had any stake, and as far as we heard, what were they trying to sell? 600 million in Robinhood shares right before. Wasn't FTX trying to sell? I think it was 600 million in Robinhood shares, and I'm not sure how it actually played out. Yeah,
There's
Caesar
some,
likes feet
like,
pics, but most people send them to you voluntarily, Caesar. So, and then there's the few that you paid for.
because it's about to fall through the 1690 16964 area tennis.
Saucy, you've been playing that Baba like a fiddle too. And you sold today. So if you sold at the Open, very well done. Very well done.
So, quick question. You know I'm new at the whole YouTube thing, right? So, what happens when you have two smart traders in your DM or in the chat, like Saucy and Tennis, going two opposite ways? Does that go and weigh on your mind on your own trade? Because I know that you want to make your own opinion.
Yeah,
but
yeah, it does. It does for
if
sure.
you know somebody, you know what I mean, like.
And I've seen it where both things could, now okay, if they're talking about, just hypothetically, say we were just talking about whatever stock and Saucy was super bearish on it, Tennis was super bullish on it, what that would immediately tell me, I'm looking at that as I could play this both ways, because odds are both are going to be right to a degree. You know what I mean? Both are going to be right to a degree because I have trust in both of them like that. I would question them to see what they're seeing. And I tried that on Saucy one time when I first met him. I'm not going to lie, Saucy. I thought, I thought you were a bot or something just because of the way you presented something. And I questioned him about it, and he broke down exactly why he was thinking. That was the only time I ever questioned him. As far as, I'll question him now for my own,
knowledge.
Yeah. Tennis the same way. Tennis, I know there's a method to his madness, so to me, I guess it's a little bit different because I have, I rely on these guys. Like, I have a personal stake. I can, the same way that I can kind of interpret things from you that maybe just somebody just watching for the first time can't. It's the same thing with them. Like Saucy, I know not how he thinks, but how he thinks in regards to the stock market. Same thing with Tennis. So I love it. I think some of the best plays that we've made in this community have been when there's two opposing points of view, and we kind of look at the situation on a whole, and then come up with not that somebody has to be right and somebody has to be wrong, but you can usually take a little bit out of both of that.
Yeah, no, I don't look at it like that. I look at it as I almost look at it as a positive. If there's two sides playing, I'm bashing Palantir.
Well, that was a perfect example. That was a perfect example because if you got out at the right time after we had that discussion, you still could have made some money, but the earnings went exactly how you kind of called it, Tennis. And that was some boots on the ground stuff. You had interviewed with them a few times, pointed out a great thing about them overpaying some of their executives, stuff like that. It's like I said, it's not a and that's the beautiful thing about guys like Saucy, guys like Tennis, amongst many others you guys here, but they're not trying to prove somebody wrong. Like too many times on the internet, it turns into a pissing match of who's right, who's wrong, and
right.
We don't do that here. It's
I
genuine.
Show people how you can.
Yeah, I know, and Birdie may have a lifelong injury because of things you're showing people, but that's right. For a different day.
No, I can make money a certain way, but like I've seen people make money in this community in weirder ways than I think I ever have. So I don't put anything past anybody. If you got a cool strategy or you got something that you do that works,
yeah,
those are some of the coolest things in the world to me. The way that you can look at the process of somebody working on something and go, I know how they got there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like I think that's brilliant. But if you're also looking at it as like I'm not necessarily the most seasoned trader either, I can look at it as it's good to do that inventory of like, this is where I went wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't know. Heinrich keeps looking better and better. I don't know. I might have to go to Minnesota.
Well, his daughter sells frogs, so.
Right? So, Leroy Jenkins, you need to pop out right now. Because I need this market to not go and decide to use this as support at the 400, because that would really piss me off. No, I don't need a lizard. I need Leroy.
So my noviceness, I still see it going down.
Well, it's going to, but I can see that if Tesla stays rejected and doesn't go back and use VWAP as support, that would be fire. But Bitcoin right now is going and putting us in a situation where if it decides to start moving to the top side here and want to go, then
now you're all in big trouble.
Why?
If Bitcoin starts going?
Oh yeah, if Bitcoin starts moving to the top side, we're in bad shape.
I just can't understand why the hell crypto would be running right now. At all. And I'm not bearish. I'm not saying crypto's gone, but like,
granted, it was.
You talk about uncertainty, though. What more uncertainty could you possibly have? You've got all this missing money. We don't know how that's going to shake out, and then you have looming regulation. There was a time last year when we would drop 5% on Bitcoin if Gensler even sniffed at regulation. Now. The tables are turned, and you have people like Kevin O'Leary who are begging for regulation. And I'm not saying that it's a wrong thing for them to do it, but just a strange dynamic. PALI, Palisade Bio, announces 1 for 50 reverse stock split. Will take on the NASDAQ on a split-adjusted basis starting November 16th, so that's tomorrow. If you happen to be holding any PALI, be prepared for that. Or the other thing is, do they do this and then we see someone else fall? Because obviously we know that there's forces that work against crypto, right? There's forces that don't want crypto to exist. And there's forces that maybe want to have a hand in controlling crypto. So do we see a week from now, do we see the next one topple? Do we see, somebody outside of FTX and really get confidence in cryptocurrency to an all-time low so that the Fed could say, but wait, we've got this new Fed coin. We're not going to sell it to you for the price of Bitcoin, not the price of Ethereum, not even the price of Cardano, folks. What we're going to do, we're going to roll it out, and if you just sign your life away here, we'll clear up all your debt, and we'll give you 5 big Fed coins to start off with. It'll be like creating a new character in World of Warcraft. Watch.
Good morning, Bullfroggin.
What's up, Bullfroggin?
It's more like afternoon, but it is morning to you.
Hasta mañana.
Man, that's gotta be weird waking up like in midnight, 4 o'clock in the morning to go and do open. Weird.
It's gotta be weird to watch football at 10 a.m. too.
Yeah, that always bothers me.
Although we've been doing it with these London games and then the Germany game.
Yeah, I'm honestly very confused. Rumble apparently just created itself.
Well, sometimes you don't ask no questions.
We have 414 rumbles.
Oh, let's get ready to rumble.
I don't even know what a rumble is, but we're going to get there.
Yeah, well, let's not try to be like Matt Kors. I see Matt Kors tries to give his political tries to get political.
Oh, you want my political opinions? Yo, that'd be hysterical. People don't want my political opinion. I promise you that. It's gonna be a very logical, you guys are idiots type of vibe.
Grumpy, the only thing that could have made that a more spot-on play would be, and I hope you did this, I hope you left all your Miyagi dough in FTX. Please tell me that you left it all in there. or at least somehow found a way to transfer that Miyagi dough into your Voyager account for safekeeping.
Right.
One of the two. Nationalize Chick-fil-A? That's one way we can, I mean, that's what we need. We need people with big ideas like that, Caesar. That's right. Hills Bills is a rumble. That's actually a pretty sweet last name, Hills, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh. What happens if... Hold on a minute. What happens if we get news about who won the election this year?
I think I don't know if it changes anything.
Like, what if we get a final, like, yeah, this person won?
I think right now the market is locked into gridlock. So even if something crazy happened where the Republicans took the Senate, it looks like they're going to take the House and not the Senate, and we'll get gridlock. I guess there could be something where, if there was something where the Republicans lost the House and Democrats take Senate, if something got overturned, I guess that could cause some turmoil. But I would say, as of now, that even though the actual results aren't finalized, I think it's baked into the market of gridlock between it not really mattering. You're going to have split something anyways, where even if the right was to take the Senate, you still have Biden being able to veto things, stuff like that. So it's just going to be gridlock either way. You think it would be bullish? Which one, Saucy? If just that we get a... Yeah, so if they get the House majority, which I think, from what I've seen, that's what they're expected. They're expected to win the House, still lose the Senate. I just can't understand it, and I'm not going to even talk about it because we'll get thrown off of here for... But why does it take so long to count? I don't get it. And I never will.
I can't count very well.
And I'm not saying somebody's cheating, this or that. I'm just saying, can we not find a better way?
I mean, we should do it like, what is that millionaire show where somebody goes, hey, ask the audience. Why can't everybody have, like, a little clicker, like a
American Idol style? We knew that Ruben Stutterin won in, like, 15 minutes. They voted and had the results.
Right. Well, yeah, because you called it in, but that can be fabricated. But
yeah,
I'm talking about an actual biometric thumbprint that can come in. It's like literally the tag of a iPhone thing. You can put your fingerprint on it. You can send your thing and dispose of the thing. It sends
because
it right
you can't even ask people for ID to vote, because that's apparently racist.
You want to have a say in the country's outcome, but you're not willing to.
Well, you want to do everything. You want to buy alcohol. You want to buy cigarettes. You want to apply for a loan. I'm just saying, you want to do any of that stuff, you need an ID.
Right, but I don't.
But the minute that you ask people for ID to vote, you're a racist. Funny how that works.
Funny how that works. For that?
Yeah. Welcome to politics, baby. Welcome to politics.
Wait.
Yeah.
You need an ID to vote.
No.
What?
They don't think you should. They think that it's racist to ask people to make people have ID to vote. I'm not making this stuff up. I'm not, you know, I think it's a ridiculous notion, but that's how they perpetuate everything. And I can never listen, I can never put myself in the shoes of a minority or anything like that. I can never say I know how they feel, but I could only imagine how it feels to have people tell you, you're too dumb to know how to get an ID, so we need to bend the rules so that you don't need one, because the way that we look at you is that you are so dumb that you can't even figure out how to get an ID and how to get to a voting place, because that's how...
Well, my question is...
That's what it is.
Like, it's identification, and then we're... Hold on a minute. You don't need an ID to identify who you are to vote in said American politics.
Yes. And when people try to make that a thing, they're called right-wing racists.
Assholes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm just checking. Okay, here.
Yes, crypto. Great point. It is not a nationwide thing. It's not a federal law, as far as I know. So it does go state by state on those issues, I would imagine.
Okay, so hold on. Stick with me. When I go to pick my child up, these people see me every day.
Still got to show ID?
I still have to show ID.
Mm-hmm. So do I. To pick up my kid.
Okay, yeah, right.
My kid.
Right.
Who I'm legally responsible for in every other aspect.
So what the hell? Are we doing drugs? Like, start piss testing them. All of them. I don't understand. I'm so confused right now. You do not need... you don't need to identify yourself.
Not everywhere. Not everywhere.
Okay. Well, hey, that's problem number one. But you're gonna sit here and tell me, without a shadow of a doubt, that we're not sure how we have these problems in our electorals or in our ballot boxes or whatever they're called, and we're not even going and checking people's ID. What? I'm Ryan Reynolds. I'd like to go and I'd like to vote for the state of God. Who knows? I don't have to check ID, and you're asking people to go and give a shit about that thing as if it's a real...
Well,
how do you know that person hasn't voted 17 times?
Good question. Heidenreich, that's the beauty of Enzo is, you know, I know people like to not believe that I'm an independent. People will tell me, you like this, you like that, whatever. But as far as truly not giving or even... I don't want to make him sound ignorant, but as far as him knowing the differences and splitting it, which is why his opinion is really cool in this, because I don't know many people that don't have a preconceived notion. Part of it is because I'm older. I talk to older people generally, who, you know, I do think it's an age thing. You get more involved in politics. You pay more attention to them as you get older. And Enzo's completely seeing it just as a citizen, not as a Republican, as a Democrat, as, you know, he's just as a younger generation below, you know, after us, Hyde. This is what we're facing. I
don't have any, like, I just haven't ever cared about politics just because I thought, honestly, I thought you guys were better than this.
Well, and you know what? I'm sure that there was a time, Enzo, I'm sure that there was a time when requiring ID did affect poor people and stuff better. When there wasn't access. I will say that. I wasn't alive for that time. I've always like I said, you need this ID to do everything else in life. You need an ID to
Look,
drive a car, to buy a
I
cigarette, everything.
I don't believe that you should have to have ID for a lot of things. I don't think that I should be able to.
Well, I was fed a
ask for
lie.
that
I was fed a
ID.
lie. When I was growing up, there was these little signs, Enzo, that used to be at the register at grocery stores. And it used to say if you were under 30, you had to show ID to buy beer.
Right.
I waited
Right.
my whole life to be 30, and then they still ID me. They took that rule away. I seen an older lady get denied olive oil at Walmart one time because she didn't have ID. Olive oil. Yes. Try to buy Cool Whip or Cool Whip in a can at Walmart right now without ID. I got ID'd for that.
That's just a good time.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to celebrate my dog's birthday. I get it. People do whippets, but you're gonna come ID me.
Well, the thing is, I'm okay with like that kind of stuff because it's like, I get it. You're trying to be safe or whatever, but when you can go and just stop me on the side of the road and ask me for my ID and where I'm from and I have not done anything wrong. I'm a completely normal guy and you have the ability to stop me. That's the kind of things that I don't need ID for. But I'm not biased either way. I don't care about politics at all. But now that I sit here as somebody who had to get very grown very quickly, I look at it as like, what the hell are you guys doing? Like, I look at some of the decisions, and it might just be the last, 8 years that I might have even known about politics enough or been old enough to even understand it. Like, I haven't cared about what so-and-so said. It all became very public whenever Trump came in office. They wanted to go and talk to what was that guy's name? Oh, they rammed him 3 ways to Sunday. FBI guy, Jim
Comey, yeah.
Oh man, they love that guy. That was great, and it was funny because I immediately sat down and I sat down and watched 2 different things within like a week period of time, where I was at one person's house and I had seen something, and it was the same news thing, and it was Rachel Maddox or something on one TV, and then I had watched it separately on another, and it was Fox. And I go, you guys couldn't be too you're saying things that aren't even right. You're going and saying things that are blatantly true, but nobody wants to just go and say what it actually is. Everybody's too secretive. Why can't you guys just communicate?
Well, the answer to that, Enzo, is you got to pay attention during the commercial breaks when you're watching 2 opposite news networks like that, because if you notice,
right, they have 2 different sponsorships.
They do, but it depends on who's on. So like you take a guy like Tucker Carlson, he'll have different advertisers because they let him give opinions and stuff.
Who cares about advertising?
Because that's who controls the media. That's where who do you think funds it? Who do you think pays these people's paychecks?
I don't care. It is about the American people and how you're going.
Yes,
to go
but
and
news.
people.
But a long time ago, news became entertainment. It stopped being news. It stopped being for the people. It started being. And why do you think? What are the biggest sponsors?
It's not entertainment when people are scared.
But look at.
That's called control.
Yes, but a certain act was passed a few years back that basically gave our media the legal right to produce propaganda.
What idiot would do that?
I'm not going to point them out because it doesn't matter. They're all idiots. But it happened in the last 10 years, so figure it out.
Oh, that wasn't Obama, was it?
It was. And
idiot.
And I voted for Obama. I've said that before. I voted for Obama, and I was hopeful.
Fair. He was a really great guy. Katie loves him. Whatever, dude. If somebody comes to your house and says, "Can I go and take all your shit and throw it all over the
You gotta take a
I
deep
don't
breath,
care
man.
either. I don't care
You're
either
intaking
way.
way too much at once
I
right
don't
now.
care either way, but it seems like there's always somebody that could have just said, "I'll give a little."
Yeah.
And if you will meet me here and compromise with me,
And I think that's where we're hopeful, maybe on your generation, maybe on you guys having that mentality, because it needs, there needs to be that kind of change. And
so why doesn't somebody just go and say, here's
because they've drum
what's
up
the
so much hate.
No,
It's
there's too
it.
many people.
No, there's too much hate, is what there is, because people don't think logically. People haven't thought logically for the last 6 years. People
Because
have
there's too
thought
many
with their
chicken heads
emotions.
running around.
It's not, no, it's not about that. It's because fear mongering. Everything is to make you live in fear. What was supposed to happen after Trump took office? According to most people, all the gays were going to be dead. You know what I mean? Their rights were going to be there, you know. Where? None of that shit happened. You know what I mean?
Does that have to do? Trump's never said anything.
No,
about
he
being
hasn't,
gay.
but that's what I'm telling you, is they create fear on both sides so that people constantly live in fear. And the fact that we had a game show host and an Alzheimer's patient running for president and we were forced to vote for one or the other is just ridiculous.
Right, which is the same thing that we were just joking about Dr. Oz and
Yeah.
the slow kid.
Yeah, because you got two people that neither one should probably be in office. But
Right.
people are presented, and
Absolutely.
you're
What the
you're
hell do we
presented with you having a choice, but it's like, do you really have a choice?
What? That was a state position, correct? Like that was a big position for what's his face.
Yeah, he's a senator.
Oz and oh, okay, even better.
So again, we either got a TV
What
doctor
the hell
or a
does he
stroke
have to
victim.
do? What does he have any knowledge of? Is my question. Like,
Neither one of
what
them
do
are
either
fit.
of
Neither
those
one of
two-
them's track record fits somebody that you would logically vote for.
right. So if I have two pieces of shit,
Yes, that's what it is. Is you're forced to choose by which one looks like it's gonna taste a little bit easier going down. That's all.
so why hasn't anybody in that community stepped up and done anything about it?
Because this is as close as you get to any kind of conversation that has any kind of open-mindedness.
Fuck.
It's the truth. It's the
I
truth.
think that it's unfortunate that people are so scared to say what they feel. Say it with, like, I guess that Kevin Hart said it best. Say it with your chest. If you can't go, if you turn off somebody's ability to not speak, you're torturing that human being. If you can't go and
We watched that
7-year-old
unfold the last
child,
3 years. People
I
be
have told
silenced,
my
doctors,
7-year-old
everything.
child one thing. I told Enzo one thing his entire life. I said, if you've never heard me, hear this. Don't ever let anybody tell you that it's not okay to feel the way that you feel.
Yes, I love that.
I don't understand where we got away from that.
Because
And
people want to do what you're against right there. People want to always say that what you feel is wrong. And what do I always preach? And I hate that I preach. What do I always preach? Take a second to get that person's insight. Like, if you want to blame the government, that's fine, because they make decisions that affect your life. And it's like people always said, you want to hate Biden, that's fine. You want to hate Trump, that's fine. But that doesn't give you the right to hate their supporters. Just because you don't agree with that leader, it's just that mentality, dude.
How is this any different than a
Because
Red Sox Yankees disagreement?
it's not, and that's what it is. It's been ingrained into our society for so long. Everything is you know what I mean? We're at the stage where we're a big WWF event.
I can't go out and I can't go and have a fight in a parking lot over a Red Sox Yankees game without going to jail, but we can go and break up families and homes and like relationships over.
Slippery slope there. Safe and effective. Everything good.
Hey, I think that's ass. I'm gonna be honest. I think that's a bunch of people playing with my money and my emotions, and that's coward. I think that you have been put in a position to be Like, I don't care if you're the guy that writes the guy that shines the shoes. You be the guy that shines the bestest of shoes, okay? But when you're not doing something as a legal legislator or a person of any type of respect who's making $100,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, stop playing with my money and go get somebody in there that, like, now to know that we're going and letting those people have a vote on who the hell's sending my money over to wherever the hell. Oh no, we got
but see the ultimate problem, Enzo, is this is what doesn't get talked about. We're the people that elect these people. It is our own fault.
No, we're not. No,
yes, we are.
No, the electoral college is so broken.
No, it's not. It's not broken by any means. Because if we didn't have it, it would be whatever New York City, California, and a few other cities want would dictate how our whole country is ran. So no, it's not. It's a very is it a perfect system? No, it's not. But it's the popular vote is a flawed system.
Why haven't we ever thought of just grabbing two people from every state and then add one representative from Washington, D.C.?
We do. That's Congress. Or that's the Senate. That's the Senate. You have two representatives from every state. And then House of Representatives, you get representatives based on how big your state is. So a lot of people say that the Senate's unfair because why should North Dakota have the same amount of representation as California? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm definitely not saying that we have a perfect system. But the Electoral College keeps it in check.
So we're going per person. You guys want to be looked at a per person. Look, dude, that's a blanket statement, what that is. It's not about per person. It's a blanket statement. If you have two people from every walk of life in every different state, you are having a blanket statement. I don't care. Hey, you want to go and elect somebody new 2 years from now? Do whatever the hell you want. But right now, you're going to be in this state and you're going to sit down and shut up. Like, it's pretty simple to me. If you don't like it in this state, move.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not that easy for some people. It's, that's a statement that gets thrown around a lot, and that's not a fair, okay, I take offense when people say that because I can't just pick up and leave, okay? And it's because of my decisions. I chose to have a child with a woman that is a tenured teacher in New York State. I'm tied here till Nikki's 18 years old. I can't I can hate every policy here.
Didn't think of that.
It doesn't matter.
Fair. So,
but it's you take the good with the bad. I mean, we get that on a micro level. We have to adhere to New York City policies. Everywhere else outside of New York City has to deal with New York City policies, which is fine. It happens on a state level. But now if you put that on a national level, you can't have South Dakota, North Dakota, you can't have Texas running under the same laws and the same policies as New York or as California. That's why we're called the United States. We're not just called the United State. You know what I mean? We're different states combined to be the baddest country in the history of the world.
Right, but...
And when I say bad, I mean good. Like, yeah, badass.
Right.
Like, not,
But if I'm right, I have no idea.
Well, you're making a great example for us, Enzo, of why they should have never took civics out of school. And this isn't a knock on you by any means, but this is.
I mean, I take it.
But this is all stuff. This is all stuff that should be taught in high school and isn't. It's barely touched on. People come out of high school with no understanding of the political system, and it makes it 10 times easier for them to fall for stuff. And I'll say something very controversial right here, and you guys can hate me for it, but the perfect example of that is the Roe v. Wade situation. Okay, Roe v. Wade did not outlaw abortions like the media purported it, like political candidates purported it, and I'm not taking a stance on this or anything. I'm just saying simply that what really happened was they sent it back to the states because they said it should have never been a federal issue to begin with.
Okay, here.
That was it, but it was spun in a completely different way, and people don't look into it, and you have people in states that abortion is not going anywhere, protesting so that they can have the right to have an abortion, knowing damn well that they should know that that right is never going to leave them.
Yeah, no. I got a question. Now, this might just me being an ignorant ass, right? What are the two numbers 217 and 205? What do those equal?
Say the two numbers again.
217 and 205.
217 and 205.
Right.
422.
What does that number mean to you?
Usually like 2 minutes after I smoke dope in the afternoon.
Okay, my point is, has anybody seen the fact that this is probably a map of the United States that is, in my opinion, hysterically, it's only blue in major cities.
Yeah.
But the entire nation is covered in red right now, and I'm looking at two numbers, 217 and 205.
That's the
What
house.
What the hell are we? What are we waiting
But that's
for?
that's what keeps it in check. Like, you're proving the system works right there, because yes, the
system working. That looks like
but it does. But yes, okay, hold on. But it's not. Let me explain this to you, and this is why the popular vote doesn't work, because you're looking at landmass. Those blue cities are populated 50, 100 times to 1 people inside of them. So you're getting, you know what I mean? So as far as area, yes, there's far more red representation. Then you get the blues that are in the urban city, you know, in the cities, because that's what democratic politics lean towards, is city life, things like that.
How many?
But just think of it. Now think of it by that same method. Where would it be right if the people living in the blue cities made all the choices for everybody, for all the rest of the red? It doesn't. They balance each other off because of the electoral college, so that you have big city representation and you have small city, you know, town, country living. You have farmers represented. You have things like that. Do you think if there wasn't, it would just be everybody in the big cities, whatever way they vote, that's going to be the policies? There will be nothing to help people outside of that economy, outside of all that standard of living, everything. So you have to have some kind of balance.
Fair, but I'm seeing whole states not even have a question. That's got to stand for something, considering that the people, that there are a lot of metropolitan cities. I promise you, there's nobody, I can't zoom in that far, but is that a blue dot on Tampa? Are you high? Are you people doing drugs? Have you been here? There's no way that's a blue dot on Tampa, right?
Could be. I don't know how people vote down there.
I am just as sure that
elections are more emotional now than they ever have been. You know, a lot of elections until now were people voted on policy, people voted on, you know, maybe strength of character on the candidate. I don't think we've ever been at a place where you just blindly vote for one side, or, you know what I mean, or if you do switch sides and go to the other side, it's because of some extreme social issue.
What's the adverse of our government that's not full commie?
So like, what would it be,
a republic?
No, we are a republic. Don't let them.
Oh, great.
Yeah, don't let them tell you democracy's getting stolen, because we're not a democracy. We're a republic. That word was kind of hijacked. Democracy, Democrat, all that.
Hell. What is the adverse? It would be a dictatorship, right?
Yeah, in theory, I guess.
Can't we just have a dictatorship with like a really sweet grandma?
No.
Why not?
Because
Find the nicest way to
you
do
gotta
it.
have checks and balances, man. You have to.
Fair, but like she doesn't care. She wants to make cookies and do like just have a checks and balances system under that.
Yeah, that was George Bush for 8 years. He wanted to, like I said, hide in a tree fort and play and read Super Fudge,
I'm watching Super Fudge.
while the adults pillaged the country and took our freedoms.
Well, here's my thing is this hasn't worked for a couple of years. I don't know if you guys are aware. Maybe we fix that.
We're trying, man. There's a lot of
doing
people.
the same dumb shit that we've done for how long?
Well, maybe we get some good news tonight that we don't see the good news in it until 10 years from now. Say Trump, hypothetically, comes out tonight, says he's starting a new party. Short-term effect, horrible for the country. Horrible. Even more divisive. Now we got a three-way. Long term could be the best thing that this country ever has happened, because listen, I'm not going to back down from what I say. I always say we need a third party. We need a third party that can draw people from both party and leave it as a shell. Leave the parties of right-wing extremists, left-wing extremists. You guys could be here, and the 90% of us that are sane people, we're going to go to the middle, because that's where we belong. These bullshit labels of left and right. Listen, I'm not Trump's hugest supporter. I've given my opinion on him. I thought he was a decent president policy-wise. He's a dick. Whatever. They all are. But it's not going to be him that can unify somebody. I'm sorry. But if he can take a bullet and he can put this out there and even get it to where a third party is in the conversation, he might lay some groundwork for something big, a big change 5-10 years down the line. That's just my opinion.
Well, there's got to be a logical way. Now, if I'm looking at this map, how many people, what do you think the difference or the ratio of people that are actually, if you took everybody and didn't have states, and you took red voters to blue voters and did not go and have anything in the way of that, if you just took the sheer number of people through the entire country, what would that number be?
As far as like total people in the red and in the blue, you mean?
Right, because this
they're probably right about 50-50, I would say, give or take.
No shot. There's no shot. There's no shot. You're telling me that there are people. Look at me. You're telling me that there are people in this country right now. I don't care if you're in a city. I don't care if you're in the middle of yes. Wherever the hell.
The answer is yes.
That think that Joe Biden is fully up. Trump, hey, you complete asshole. I get it.
Yeah,
that guy, the guy that I'm looking at is literally sniffing kids, like a scratch and sniff. Like,
yeah, it's.
How is that even? Hey, somebody get his hand. Like, there's got to be somebody walking around with this man, telling him how to do his job. That's a problem to me.
Well, see,
as somebody that's 29 years old,
it's going to take your generation and even the generation after you.
What, to get him some Pampers?
No, to wake up to that stuff, because number one, I think my generation, people a little bit older than me, this stuff is so ingrained, how crooked politics is, that we're almost numb to it. Not that we don't recognize it. And again, it's hatred, dude. Hatred is just like love is the ultimate, the biggest blessing you could give somebody. Hate is obviously the worst, and we've filled this country with so much hate over the last 5 years that people that are voting and doing everything else do not think logically, and they're not all wrong. It's not that like, oh, these people are all just idiots. It's like, no,
We
you just happen to watch a certain news station, so you think that Trump is the Antichrist. Or you happen to
no.
watch a news station, so you think Biden's the Antichrist. And you have that. Nobody voted for Joe Biden. Nobody went to the polls and said, you know what, I'm liking this decision. No, they went and said, I hate Trump that much that I will literally vote for anybody against him. And probably vice versa.
We need to have one website, one organization, one group that goes and needs to start keeping a historical record of the actual facts. Just like if you're looking at baseball or football analytically, where you can go pull up any stat. I can go and look up any stat in the world right now in baseball, and you could probably find how many times Alex Rodriguez decided to go and scratch his right cheek during whatever game in the 1990s, right? But you can't go and tell me what is actual fact when it comes to right and wrong and the law and legislation. I don't understand how there's it's not black and white here. Like, it should be one or the other. It is that's what they're there for. No, it's literally to go and put this into motion or solve this problem or disagreement, is it not?
It is.
Oh, okay, so do your job then.
No,
where are you guys at?
You're not wrong. you're not wrong. And I don't know how much, because you were always on the trader floor and doing stuff like that. But I used to show a lot of congressional testimony, things like that. And I know it was boring for a lot of people. A lot of people liked it. The conversation was always good doing it, but it really shows.
Don't get it.
It shows the entertainment. It shows the
It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a comedy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm definitely down for some drinking games. This is gonna.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna get trashed.
Tiny. We're gonna be doing a Rumble event for the Trump announcement tonight. See where that goes.
But why? That's another thing. Why is there like a over?
Hills, but that is the end of the story on that one. Yes, it opens the door to state legislators the same way that it does for them to control drug restrictions, everything. But that's why we have them.
Why?
Again, I'm not. No, hold on. Let me just clear this up real
sorry.
quick, because it is a misconception. Okay, them sending it back to the states. Okay, now you can argue on individual states if you live in that state. Okay, but my thing is, a person in New York that thinks, wow, whatever's going to happen in Mississippi is terrible. Well, that doesn't concern you. I'm sorry that it's like that. But again, that's why we're individual states. And there was nothing in that said, okay, we signed this today, abortions are illegal tomorrow. And I'm just saying that's the way that the media spun it. Was like the Supreme Court made a decision that now took a right away. They didn't take any rights away.
Right. I remember seeing that on the news, and I'm going, that's got to be the most ignorant thing I've ever heard. Why would they ever go and take the ability of a woman's rights away like that?
Some states will, and again, that's on that state, and I'm not agreeing with that state, or I'm not saying that that's the right decision for that state. I'm just saying it goes back to everything else. You shouldn't have. On any kind of issue, like that's the thing, is it should have never been a federal issue to begin with, because it should have been on a state level. Again, and I'll always use the example, North Dakota, Utah, Utah, think about their religious ties, things like that. They shouldn't be withholding to a same policy that New York does, that California does. Again, I'm not validating banning it or anything. I'm just saying that's representation. That's how you get fair representation.
That's besides the point. If I'm correct, that whole thing, that whole argument, and the whole court thing was just the ability to give it back to the states instead of
Yes,
it
it
being a
was.
one.
It was.
Oh,
And if you
okay.
wanna
So
if you wanna
nothing
go
changed.
deeper on it, the whole thing was premised on a lie that should have never went to the Supreme Court in the beginning. The lady later came out, recanted her story. It was all based on a lie.
Oh, goody.
It just shouldn't have been a federal issue. That's the
Hey,
thing.
hey, quick
The
question.
same way that the same way that they leave marijuana in the hands of the states right now.
Well, yeah. Here. Quick question though. Um, why is it that nobody's gotten it right?
Well, historically,
Do
nobody
think do
has.
people?
Every
Well,
every empire is toppled. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's a
right.
blueprint of how to do it right, and I don't think I don't
Be a
think that
human
everybody
being.
in the government is just this big conspiracy. I think there's thousands of hardworking
There's
government
probably really
employees,
good people.
officials, people that are trying their best to figure this thing out. I think it's just we're just too far gone. We got too big. Couple hundred years we went to 350 million people. You know what I mean? It's in our policies. It's a tough thing because people want to preserve the Constitution, and I'm all for that. But at the same time, we live in a completely different world. We have to find some kind of mix of keeping those values, keeping those kind of traditions, but also updating them, and that's a tough conversation in itself to have.
Right, but that's why you're put in your position of power is to have the tough conversation and get it and to be able to stand behind that decision. No?
Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. I mean, you're
So
pointing
why is
out
nobody
things that we
doing
would
that?
all like to see happen. I don't know if there's any one reason of why. I think it's if I had
No.
to pick one reason of what causes that is just having this two-party system, having this illusion of choice, having this voting for the lesser of two evils instead of having
Why
the
don't we
most
go and
qualified people and have them just why do you have to? It's like everybody comes as a preloaded character. To put it in video game terms, you're starting
okay,
as a preloaded character. Every candidate,
okay,
instead of just, hey, I'm a dude that wants to run for council. Don't
okay,
ask me if I got a D or an R. Ask me every single individual issue. Let's go over it, and I'll give you my thoughts on it.
okay. I got a good idea as well. If you want to go video games, why don't we play I like games. You like games?
Yeah,
Okay. Why don't we go and take one party's representative and let's go and think if we don't go and create some kind of middle ground to where it works for both parties, the party that goes and loses a hand. That's a
okay,
very people will start very quickly start making the decision that is right for the American people instead of what's right for their pocket or whatever. If people start actually having consequences to their actions or their decisions, people would stop making stupid decisions. Am I incorrect or I don't think that people should necessarily lose a hand, but you know what I'm saying? People
yes,
should be definitely taxed for their I guess their what's the word? Their incompetency. If you were just a smiling face and a bright set of eyes to go and be this person of a placeholder for some, like, no, that's not how it should work. Get off your ass and do your job. If you're not supposed to be there, leave. Am I incorrect?
no, you're not
Okay.
incorrect. And Hills, I think the outrage was warranted, but I think it was warranted on a state level. I think this is where I had the problem was, okay, you're not going to overturn the Supreme Court. They're the law of the land, unfortunately. Now, you can still protest it. You can make your voice heard. What the problem I had with it was they should have been, in my opinion, um, directing that towards those state representatives instead of protesting the Supreme Court, which sent it back to the states. They should have been protesting the individual states to make their voices heard there. So again, I understand it. I'm not, and again, I'm only using it as an example of how they put it out in that way to stir more stuff up. it was used as a divisive thing, and like Grant said, the timing on it very suspect. The way that it came out, almost like they just wanted us to start fighting against each other. And yeah, absolutely, it's always going to be a tough issue to even talk about. So it it spurs emotions, just the mentioning of it. So it's not that I feel like the outrage from on a state level wasn't warranted. 100%. You stand up for your rights, but on the other side, I think maybe some people should have been, happy that they lived in a state that supported their values, or that had something. You get what I'm saying? To me, it shows that the system works. And again, I'm not talking about the individual issue at all. I'm talking about just state by state.
If the individual issue is irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my point. And it's tough to call it irrelevant, because that's a thing that is such a
well, no, I'm saying in the overall grand scheme of things, you're there to make a decision on whatever decision it is, right? Or I'm sorry, comfortable or not.
Well, think of it like this, Enzo. Think about if legislators in New York City, LA, Chicago, big cities like that said, you know what, we want to implement a minimum rent of $3,000 a month, rent for people, and that passed federally. Would that be fair that every other state has to adhere to that? And again,
absolutely not.
So yes, I understand that's a fictional scenario, but that's all I'm saying is whatever the issue is.
That's your job, though, is to go and balance out the GDP that I'm assuming you'd probably need. You'd need to go and figure out how many people are making that type of money. But no, you can't go and tell people, hey, you need to have $3,000 to live in city limits. Suck me.
Yeah, but or just any other issue. Just put it as any issue that would benefit only people that lived in cities and wouldn't benefit people that lived in suburbs and things like that. Any issue like that, if it was presented at a federal level, it would screw the other people. And again, I'm not comparing the actions. I'm not comparing abortion to anything, because I think it's kind of a standalone thing. But I'm just looking at it as a policy against a policy.
It's just an unfortunate thing of life that needs to be dealt with, and people need to get over themselves.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it needs to be it doesn't concern you. I think you can have your own thoughts on it, whether you like it or not. I think it's tough for a man to have any kind of opinion on it. I mean, I think we're warranted to have one, but at the same time, I think it's very not black and white issue. I think everybody's entitled to their beliefs, to uphold them, but I support my body, my choice when it comes to other things. And
right. Look, here I can give you a little insight from the guy's perspective. Unfortunately, I did have to go through that. I didn't have any. I was about 17, 18 years old. I didn't have any rights, but it was not a decision that I could make. It was a decision that was not my choice. It had nothing. Yes, I was a vital part of creating it, but I was not going to go and have anything other than after the fact, and much later on. I would have had nothing to do with the process. It wasn't a good time. There was all kinds of problems, but no, I don't. I still sit here and look at that as it still wasn't my choice. There's nothing I could have done to make it better or worse. I just tried to be supportive because it wasn't my choice. So as a man, if I'm sitting there and saying it's not my choice, why the hell are we the guy? Why is there any man picking up any type of microphone in that house or Senate or whoever was wherever the hell it was being taken place.
Well,
Has
that's the
nothing
thing,
to do with you.
it should have never taken place to begin with, because the government should have never been in there to start. You know what I mean?
And I mean, I think there's somebody that's definitely got to go and say, hey, this is not okay, and this is okay. But if you're looking past the medical professionals to go and tell you when something's better, or when something's okay and when something's not okay, I think we're not allowing the right people to work and do their job. I think that we're trying to play God at that point, instead of giving people the right to make their own decision. It's not a fun one.
No,
it's not a fun
and that's
one.
the thing that gets overlooked. That's the thing that gets overlooked. Is
well, I get in trouble.
I think that that it's a very tough decision. You know,
I get in trouble. I get in trouble for going and telling people, like, or just not caring about people's feelings all the time, right? So, but like, I look at this as one of those things where I go, oh yeah, I would definitely get in trouble for doing that if I were as lackadaisical as the government's been with some real issues.
Well, and that's where I think you know, it's a different time. Like, I was brought up, I was raised by women, so I was brought up to have a higher respect for women. And I don't say that to be chauvinistic, like men are better. I was just taught that women are special. I could try as hard as I want. I could never produce a life. You know what I mean? I don't know. I hold women to a higher regard. I always will. Women are my role models. My mom, my sister.
Well, genetically now.
Yeah.
You know, they're doing all kinds of stuff.
So I'm empathetic. I'm empathetic to both sides. I'm respectful of people's beliefs, their faith. You know, I understand that. My thing is, whatever I believe in, whatever kind of God, if that God's gonna judge me because somebody in Mississippi got an abortion, I don't know if I'm following the right God. So it's like, who the hell am I to judge somebody? And I get it, even if I think they're doing the most awful thing, and I understand. There's questions, if it's a life, if it's not. That's not for me to decide. It's for the people in those positions, and as tough as that sounds, you know, some people will make the right decision, some people won't.
Look, hey, I don't go into Tesla and start telling all the engineers, hey, I've done this before. Only Elon Musk can go and pull up to a company and say, I've done this before, here we go.
That's true, Tech We Love. That's true. That's very true. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that there is a difference. It does, but you're right. It does take two to tango. And again, that's more of a personal thing of just being raised by women. Just always. I'm not saying, and again, I know it might come off as chauvinistic, like, oh, you gotta hold the door for a lady because she can't hold it for herself. No, because that's the way I was raised. Yes, it's exactly.
It has nothing to do that you can't do it for yourself. I'm the exact same way. I was raised with a single mom. That woman has dealt with your shit longer than she probably's needed to. Whether it's your mom, your girlfriend, whatever. Like, it's a respect thing. And as soon as you lose that for each other, your relationship's done.
I like that, Tech We Love. Men protect and serve the woman when she's in a weakened state or a vulnerable state, which would be like pregnancy.
No, because
something
she's not
like
a damsel in distress.
No, but when you're 7 months pregnant, you can't exactly protect yourself from a home intruder, something like that. You shouldn't be lifting heavy stuff. And I know a ton of women that do. I know women that'll go right through their pregnancy working 40 hours a week because they're badass. You know,
but that's the thing is that we as men should just be a utility at that point,
not
like a hey, you're gonna go. I'm man now.
No.
I think that's what a lot of people have misconceptions on when we go and do say like, hey, chivalry isn't dead.
Yeah,
you can
absolutely.
Respect a woman.
And I mean, I can say, when my wife at the time was pregnant, I waited on her hand and foot. gladly.
Right.
Didn't,
Right.
and she deserved
Because
every
you
bit
care
of
about
it.
your child.
Yeah, and I
Not
care
because
about
you
her,
think
and
that she's not.
I seen that it, pregnancy isn't, it's an amazing thing. It was the greatest experience of my life just to be a part of it as the father, but it's not the most pleasant experience, you know what I mean? And I think anybody out there, I'm sure it's different for every woman, but like, the sickness, the stuff that comes with it, there is a sacrifice. There is
Oh, yeah.
it's
You
real.
think that like the way that like a lot of women want to go and I want to have a kid, da 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 da, and like I wouldn't, and like but every woman seems to either like really at some point want a child, or some that just don't. Just hey, I've always known that I don't want to have kids, whatever. But it seems like a vast majority that usually do want to have the kids don't even look at it as like this kid's literally just gonna destroy everything that you know to be normal right now and ruin just every piece of normality. But it is one of the most beautiful things in the world. It's like, but you don't think of that going into it, which I think is really weird.
Yeah, I agree. And Jordan Israel, that's a conversation worth having. We're not going to have that here on YouTube because we like having the channel. But that is it. That's a tough subject to breach. But I think it does warrant some discussion. Again, this isn't the this isn't the place for it. But
I don't know what he said.
appreciate you. No, I get what he's saying.
We will be on what tonight?
Yeah,
Rumble?
we'll be on Rumble tonight, and that's a point of view, but that's definitely a deeper discussion. And I'm not saying you're wrong by any means.
We just can't have some of those conversations
Yeah.
on YouTube. They get angry at us. They don't like how cute we are.
I didn't, Birdie, only because I did my research. I did my research the same way I do with the stock market before I looked into having a baby, and I wanted someone with some experience. I wanted I wanted so luckily I found myself one that already had 3 children. So yeah, it was when it was go time. We were ready to go. She was a pro. I
Yeah,
would have
no,
though if it would have been like the first time for both of us. I would have went and did a I would have practiced some breathing.
No.
Tech we love. Tech we love. Trump is making an announcement tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We're gonna be live on Rumble if you'd like to join us for some good clean discussion.
I mean, I'm gonna get dirty. I might take my shirt off.
Well, that'll be the time to do it. It's going to be like an episode of The Real World if you guys are old enough to remember that show, and we'll show you what happens when things stop getting polite
I'm
and
more
start
of a
getting
I'm
real.
more of a road rules kind of guy myself. I would prefer to be out.
If Trump comes out and announces that he's sending one MyPillow to every registered Trump
American?
voter,
Oh, that's church. That's Dwac to a zillion. Don't even question it. No, if that Minnesota guy comes out and gives him, oh my God, that would be so amazing. Where's Heinrich? Let's see our buddy up there in Minnesota. We gotta ask him. That's gotta be amazing.
Jordan Israel, you got to join our Discord, brother, so we could have some
Yes,
conversation.
Yes, sir. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. We'll give you that.
We try to stay out of political as far as one-sided stuff, but we have a lot of discussions in Discord. I'm not gonna lie to you guys and say once in a while they don't get a little heated, because it does. We're all emotional people. We all love each other.
Not one person's left because of a heated decision or discussion.
No, and at the end of the day, I think we all learn a little bit. It's cool. It's cool.
I think that's probably a benefit that I have, is that I can just go and say, hey, you guys are both idiots, because I genuinely don't. I'm unbiased when it comes to it. If there is a mute point where it's just like nothing's gonna get done there, it just doesn't make any sense. We're smart enough as human beings in this Discord to understand, that's true. Like, this is kind of that's a good point. Or, okay, fair play. I can see that side of things.
And to understand,
coming from the sociopath that has a hard time empathizing with people, I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that care for
well, and that's the thing. There's a big difference between maybe being against a policy or a belief of somebody's and being against that person. That's what differentiates us. Is I can completely disagree with what you're telling me with every word, and I'm never going to disrespect you. I'm going to sit there. I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to try to digest it and try to understand exactly why you feel that way. And maybe, maybe I see things differently because of that. Having an open mind is the key. You got a closed mind, and it goes in everything. Like, if you go on the internet, if you got some kind of belief, you can find a million people telling you you're right. And but what good is that doing you? If you believe it, you don't need other people to tell. Go see the people that are telling you you're wrong and see why. And
go make those people the believers.
Yeah, either make them believers, or maybe your beliefs, not to say that your beliefs are wrong, but maybe you got caught in an echo chamber and started believing a little bit of the hype or something.
Either that, maybe you have half the story. Because what I feel like what I have is, like, I feel like market-wise, I've been on the ball for the last several years, but I've always wondered, like, what's the other piece that, like, I'm not seeing? Why is this moving in certain ways? And I started realizing when, like, Biden would get, somebody would say, oh, Biden's talking, and my EVs would just dump or rocket through the sky. And I was starting to look at it like, oh, this has some familiarity with the stock market. And when I started looking at it and having an open mind, I realized this is all ass. Every bit of this is either some kind of theatric, or it's a sales to get here, or it's I'm going to go and cause a social pariah because I want attention, or it's something. It's never what it seems. And it seems like if everybody would stop playing for what's good for them and start being not that one world alliance, like you're flying American Airlines type shit. I'm talking about, like, if people would understand that we are not going to go and be able to get off of this planet, you guys might want to get along instead of trying to go and divide into little smaller pieces. Not necessarily saying that everybody needs to go and be checking in with little beepers in their wrist or whatever. I'm talking about people need to start thinking over the overall game plan of, like, if we start shooting off rockets at each other, we're all screwed. There's nobody that's going to benefit that. So why don't we just try to get along, or at least, like, leave each other the hell alone?
Yeah, and I think we're getting there slowly but surely. It's the people. It's not going to be the governments. It's for every community like ours, there's 100 more that have. I mean, where else would we be talking to people from all over the world? I think that realization, even in things like video games, people seeing people for people, instead of just being represented by what their government does. Tech we love. Think Trump should run again and win. If he faces Biden, Biden will appear way older than Trump and foolish. If Trump faces someone else, then the dice get rolled.
The Democratic Party.
Yeah. And again, it's not a shot at Trump when I say I don't think he should run. It's a shot that if Trump was to win and run, or run and win, I'll say I would take that over Biden for 4 more years. But I would just like to he's so polarizing that no matter what he does, it's not going to be unifying. It's going to be just 4 years of, at the best, gridlock. So it's tough. I mean, I'm going to roll with whatever happened. I got fake AMC popcorn. I'm going to go to the store and get some kind of, what kind of beer? I'm going to get Pabst Blue Ribbon. Pabst Blue Ribbon, that's the closest thing to.
You should grab some Fosters.
No, that's Australian. You got to go America tonight, baby. I need
No, no, no,
Pabst
no.
Blue
You're not
Ribbon.
gonna want to
Man,
be
there's
anywhere
nothing
near
says
here
all
after tonight.
American like a PBR. So we'll get some PBRs. We got our keywords. We'll get that list out.
How about like an Iron City
Iron City.
or like a Schlitz?
I'm not going Schlitz malt liquor, man. It ain't that kind of party.
What about like a nice Tecate?
No, Pabst Blue Ribbon it is. I'll even put on, I got a pair of Pabst Blue Ribbon swimming trunks I'll put on.
Oh, you're gonna get your little floaties, your little flippy floppies?
No, I'm going all American. I'm going to wear that robe I've been telling you I've been rocking lately for some reason.
Oh, yeah, homie's been in a Gucci robe for 3 weeks.
No, it's a Chicago Bulls robe, but I'll wear that and my Pabst Blue Ribbon swim trunks, and we'll get it live. I actually like Amstel Light, Birdie. That was one of at the catering spot we only served 3 kinds of beer really, and Amstel Light was one of them, and I enjoyed a nice Amstel Light. I'm not gonna lie.
Some Stella.
Wealth Simple, is that a Canadian exchange, Luca? Oh, Rainier in a can. Okay. Oh,
Rainier in a can?
Mad Dog Twin. Ooh.
Twin.
Stellar Artois. Okay, that's a good one. Is that the one that the most interesting? I don't always speak Russian.
No, that's Dos Equis.
But when I do it in French.
It's not the Russian. Zdravstvuyte is Russian.
Yeah, Pabst Blue Ribbon it is.
Woohoo!
I'm actually getting a haircut this afternoon too, so I'll have a fresh haircut. A Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Some Keystone Ice.
No, were those ones people used to say I would get hit by Keystones all the time? Was that the commercials where the guy would say something like really extra polite, like some stuff I would do, like he would like burp around like a group of guys watching football and say excuse me, and the giant Keystone Light can would drop out of the sky onto his head?
Right. Probably insinuating that guy was a
Yeah, and I was that guy. Hey, I say excuse me when I burp. What are you gonna do?
Hello, guys.
At least it's better than blowing it in your face. What's up, Sandpaper? How's everything?
Well, I was in the garden doing that suggestion you had earlier a week ago with Sandpaper, and I was just calling in and say that I wasn't enjoying it.
You didn't like?
No.
Bro, come on. Did you do the 65 or what?
No.
You
I
hit
was
the
just
65
calling
hit
in.
a little too hard?
I was genuinely just calling in to say I'm sorry.
For what?
I was really rude against Streamlabs again. I didn't hold back. I thought we were already on Rumble. I called him a hedgie and things like that. And yeah, just moments later, Streamlabs rewarded me with 500 points. Thanks to crypto on a heist. I never did that. It's just amazing. So
right. So
I am sorry, Streamlabs. Sorry.
Yeah, that was just Streamlabs trying to tell you to stop talking shit.
Birdie's looking for some Streamlabs amnesty, huh, Birdie?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I am sorry, truly.
No, I'm sure we'll smooth it over. We'll have something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, and then on the beer side, Stella Artois, that's okay. It's a Belgian beer, but if you ever decide to drink a Belgian beer, go for Jupiler. Sorry, I should say Jupiler. Jupiler. That's the world famous Belgian beer.
Noted.
Go for that.
Noted. But tonight it's all about America, Birdie. I'm going Pabst Blue Ribbon, Trucker Hat.
Why is that? There's also the Netherlands second.
We could do that.
America, fuck yeah. Sorry.
Language.
I know.
Birdie, outside view, real quick while we got you. Thoughts on Trump possibly either announcing that he's running? We've heard possible rumors, only rumors, of him possibly with a bigger announcement as far as a new party or something like that. Any thoughts?
Yeah, well, I do have thoughts on that, and I am anxious to learn what he's got to say. I hope it's not just the announcement that he is running for the presidency. I sincerely hope it will be something else.
Yeah, me too. And the way that he put it out to be that this is going to go down as a historical day, sure, it could be Trump just making more of it than it is because he's a little bit on the egotistical side, I guess you would say. But it doesn't seem like that kind of build up for just an announcement. Like I said, that's something that happens every 4 years.
Let's assume that, like, he is going big, right?
What would you consider big?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to figure out what it is that he would even be able to go and announce. Like,
well, I guess what would really be a surprise is that he would try to take over the presidency of the House and lead the House.
Okay,
that would be big.
So you're kind of the second person that's brought that up today, Birdie.
Yeah, but it's not me. This has been talked about on social media for over a year.
Yeah, I've seen the.
If that would be the announcement, that would be huge to replace Nancy Pelosi by Donald Trump. That would be huge, as he would say it himself.
I have a question. Is there any possibility that he becomes the SEC chairman?
No,
never? Okay. Is there any way that he can go and have anything to do with business in...
Well, I mean, I guess
I know what I'm not talking about.
No, but like, you make a good point because he's probably has a lot of enemies on Wall Street. If it turns into something where him and DeSantis are going head to head, Ken Griffin does not like Trump, and Ken Griffin is DeSantis' biggest donor. So I'm not, you could draw what kind of conclusions you can out of that if there is some kind of rift between them. Maybe you see Trump go after Kenny Boy. I don't know.
Spies falling under VWAP again. No, I would be very, very interested to see what his what could be the catalyst that he thinks is world changing or a monumental moment or whatever his words were.
Well, he's talked about peace in Russia and Ukraine, and I know it's a hard concept to think of because Trump is labeled as a Russian puppet, but I think some words on that of, whether you hate the guy or love him, he knows how to make a deal. When it comes to business, he knows how to make a deal. Does he know how to screw people? I'm sure. That's part of making a deal. Maybe play that angle. I know I would be interested as somebody who isn't sold on where they're going. I would be interested on a plan for peace over there, both as a humanitarian effort and to stop watching our money get funneled through FTX back to the DNC. So yeah, I think he could use that. I mean, maybe he has something big on that. I don't know. I don't know what kind.
That's the only thing that I could have thought of.
Because so with that, I don't know who the jurisdiction is, right? Because of it extending so far. So could Trump have some dirt on something that he's going to lay out tonight? It's a possibility, man. We're in season 8 now. You know what I mean? We're winding down. As Birdie would say, the end game is in sight.
No.
I don't know.
No, I think we're just getting started.
No. The end game is near, and this has got everything to do with the digital currency being introduced by central banks. There is today the central bank, your Fed, is starting a 12 weeks period of testing. I mean, this is the
and they're gonna release it through Fidelity, which has $279,000 per account, like an average of $279 or $79,000 per account. Those are going to only be available in what, Bitcoin and Ethereum for that rollout of this brand new thing for Fidelity. The average account is $4,000 on Robinhood, and they have a couple wallets and stuff like that. So now you're looking at accounts that are now going to be available to buy crypto from Fidelity that have now an average of $279,000 per account instead of $4,000 like Robinhood. Those are people that have been told, crypto is very risky, this, that, and the next thing, but now Fidelity's doing it, and they're going to be releasing it right around the same time. I think it's just another game.
Yeah, it's not a game. It's reality. Turkey already launched its cryptocurrency organized by their central bank. Well, we know what the state of the Turkish, the country of Turkey is at this moment. Huge hyperinflation, over 80%. And this is what they try to do. They try to make people pick up those gifts as they will introduce it. Digital currency, and that should solve their poverty at this moment. But that poverty was created by that same government. So be aware what's going on.
Right, but Bertie,
it's already happening.
Just in another currency. It's just another thing to kick down the road.
No, it's not. No, it's not like that, Enzo. It is a replacement currency. And this is what they've been planning all along. The old system has to go because it's unsustainable. The debt is just too much. And just forget about, how do you call it, the dollar and the euro. Forget about it. Get it into crypto. Everyone gets the same amount and start all over. And they are in control.
Oh, yeah, let's just start all over.
Yeah, okay, that's what they are after, and it's happening right now. So we are in the end game.
Devil's advocate here. What if Trumpy comes out tonight and rolls that out? What if Trumpy comes out with inflation as high as it is? We'll be rolling out in partnership with Jerome Powell, the Trump token.
No,
I'd literally start packing my thing. I would have no respect for this country. I would literally leave. Not because of Trump, not because anything like that, but the fact that we are trusting the SEC and Donald Trump to go and make our new world currency, I'd rather shoot myself.
Well, we're trusting the Fed to do it.
The Fed didn't do it right the first time.
Yeah,
they didn't.
Well, give them another chance, I guess.
And
when does the Fed, that you said they're testing it now? I know they were trying to roll it out by June of next year? Whatever it's called, FedCoin, FedCo, Fed whatever.
I'm going to post a link that you can see
no idea.
He's coming out with JFK Jr. tonight, Tiny? Let's go full blown, Q. The Don coin. Well, the crazy thing is, didn't he actually sell his own coin? I'm pretty sure he sold some gold minted Donald coins while he was president or while he was campaigning or something.
There's no way. I still keep looking at this map, man, and I'm just like, I'm baffled right now.
Here you go. In the YouTube chat, this is an official website by the CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currency. It's now in the YouTube. Check this out.
I'm not saying what you're saying it couldn't happen, and it has probably happened. But why the hell would I care about Turkey's coin if I'm an American? And if I'm like, let's say I'm French. I mean, that's
Because
closer. But
central banks all over the world are so
It is one
intertwined.
currency. It's going to be one currency globally. And that's why you should care.
And you think it's going to go from Turkey?
Yeah. No, well, they are the first startup. But just look at this. You can see for yourself how far the developments have gone already per country. Well, just be sure that Australia, New Zealand, England is leading the path now together with the US and the European Union. And those guys will be first, and it will be all at the same time. And if you look at the current valuation of the currencies, the British pound, the euro, the dollar, it's all basically equal. And it's the perfect moment. This is what they've been working towards too. But just study this website, and then you...
I will definitely give it a look. My question, though, Bertie, is... Bitcoin was made by the Americans 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Why not just use that?
Because you have to ease people into it. You have to show them what it's all about. The same thing with everything else. And then you have to present the problem. And the problem right now is FTX. Who's going to fix that problem? The government. What's a better way to get people off of currency, too, is to get people... Americans have never been this far in debt in our history. You know what I mean? What's going to be an easy trade-off? Here, convert to this social app that'll tell you, we'll take care of your money. You're not going to own anything, but don't worry about that. We're going to get rid of all those pesky debt collectors. Bye-bye. You're going to get a clean slate. Here's a couple of Fed coins to start off with, and here you go. And people will do it. People are going to be desperate.
We're going to go Black Mirror.
I
would see that being a very, very, very bad idea. But I think the better...
Sorry, I don't mean to...
You're good.
That's great.
What?
Jordan Peterson. Bertie, you sound like the guy I skip on most YouTube ads.
Okay.
That's a compliment, Bertie. That's a compliment. That's an Americanized compliment. I would take that as a compliment. I think it's hilarious, though.
Okay, I don't understand that compliment. I wouldn't take it as a compliment, but hey, anyway. Caesar C, I think that's a great idea, especially with the European and outside US people in the chat. We should do something around this World Cup football that is starting coming weekend, next Sunday. It's a huge event.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, but no, I think we should.
I'm down with that, Bertie. I'm down
Caesar
with
would do it. Caesar's would probably, I'd be down to watch, but that sounds awful.
No, it's actually, it's the
biggest sports event in the world.
And it's very interesting watching a soccer game with somebody like Bertie who can break down. Like Bertie, we watched, I forget, it was probably over a year ago. Me and you watched the game.
Yeah, Bertie's commentating, I'm in.
Oh, well, I had a million questions. I mean, I understand the basic game of soccer. I'm not, but there's a lot of stuff that I've always watched. Like, why? What does this happen? And it was cool. Yeah, it is. We take it for granted over here, Bertie, because it's not, we talked, except for those maybe 4 to 8 years where it kind of started gaining some traction here. We forget how big it is worldwide.
Yeah.
And I told you, I think that was part of why it failed here, Bertie, was I think we had the expectations that overnight we were going to have soccer teams in every city that were doing the stuff that we see on TV as far, your fans, that's a different kind of fandom. That's something we see in college sports a little bit here, but that's mainly because it's drunken college kids. Your guys is like, it's a different kind of cheering. It's a different kind of atmosphere. And I think when it didn't pop like that, that's why it didn't hit here.
No, but you need the thing that always went wrong. I mean, when Johan Cruyff was still alive, unfortunately he passed away. A brilliant football player, soccer player, as you call it, but also a brilliant mind. He played in the 80s. He played in the United States. That was the first attempt to set up a professional league in the US, and it failed because, as often good plans fail, is because marketing and managers are leading the way. This is a sport, and you need to learn how to love a sport from the bottom, not from the top. And this is how it went wrong.
Usually at top.
Interesting.
And that's just wrong. And we have the same experience with your American football. We had a Euro League, a professional Euro League, and we had the Amsterdam Admirals. I think it will still be available on the internet. And they tried a contract with the NFL to build a professional commercial American football league in Europe. It failed because of the high expectations by marketing companies and money being involved. You need to start something from the bottom to get it into the hearts of people instead of pushing it through commercials. That won't work, and that's the failure that's often made. And I think you can easily see it in U.S. soccer, especially the ladies soccer team. As soon as that was pushed as being the major event, we are the ladies soccer team world champion, and everything that went around that team, you were bound to go down. And it's a shame because it can be real good fun. And it's really easy for everyone to just kick a football. You need shoes and a shirt, and that's it.
It doesn't roll right.
It does?
It does. If you kick a football around, it doesn't roll right.
It does roll. And that's the difference between the American football and a proper football.
Oh, fair play.
No, but it's let's not really go into this. But this is it's a shame. I mean, you've got a country of over 350 million people. You should have a decent football team and a decent league, and you should compete together.
No, ever since Tim Howard left and Landon Donovan, no, they don't want it anymore.
No,
we gave away what's his face to the kid in the Bundesliga. What's that kid's name? He was on. Man, I'm lost. I don't know what his name was. Little speedy forward. I'll think about it. I don't remember.
You guys are doing overtime. It's already almost the end of trader lunch.
Yeah, we're looking good out here.
Yeah.
We're looking spicy.
Okay, but I am going to step down again. I'm sorry. We've had a busy day at the Birdie family home. Everyone was really busy, and we all got together just moments ago. So I am going to step away. And again, my apologies to Streamlabs. I was wrong. You are still a hedgie, but a good one.
Damn, talking crazy out here.
I'll be in the chat, guys, every now and then, but I need to catch up with that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I gotta go let the dog out and do some things, get some Pabst Blue.
Goodbye, family and friends. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Birdie. Always a pleasure. Love getting that Dutch perspective.
Every time.
But yeah, I am going to go let the dogs out. I gotta do a few things before I go get Nikki. And,
I gotta do the same. I'm gonna be hanging out in the Discord, just hanging out, doing a couple things for.
Yeah, I'll be back in the Discord, and then we will be back here for Power Hour, and then tonight on Rumble. So yeah, just shows. Never would have expected to have that going on tonight, but you know, every day brings a new adventure. So we'll go with it.
I have no idea how to do that, but we will get through the technical side of things and get it up.
Yeah,
so we should have that ready.
Out. And yeah, anybody that wants to join in the Discord will be in there in a minute, and then tonight on Rumble. And appreciate all you guys. Great conversations. I hope nobody is butthurt. I think we're all adults here and can have these kind of conversations, and it's awesome. It's awesome to get different thoughts out there, different ideas, not to be judged, to be treated respectfully, and appreciate you guys in the chat, keeping everything light and everything positive. You know, even when we talk about the negative stuff, we find a way to keep it positive and see the silver lining in it. And you guys are awesome. And Enzo, anything you'd like to say before we wrap it up for a bit?
Nope.
All right. Strong words. All right, guys. We will be back in a bit. Again, hit us up in the Discord if you guys want to chat. Until then, and we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody. 2 minutes to power hour. How's everybody feeling? A wacky day here in the markets. Everything back cooking, though. Everything back cooking. Russia, Poland, I guess the big news. Reports of some missiles. From what I'm seeing, Russia's saying it was an accident, and we'll see if there's any kind of response. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with it yet, but we'll keep following that. And yeah. Oh, Caesar's feeling Gucci, no cap, son. Oh, you want me to go no cap? Not today, Caesar. Not today. Maybe tomorrow I go no cap. Red Cloud, what's the matter? What's the matter? Talk to me. Talk to me. Okay, so you're looking at that Dwac, just reading some of your comments. Yeah, I don't know. I expected it to kind of be the run up today. I thought if anything, it may have turned into a buy the rumor, sell the news type thing, but we're not seeing that run up today. And I don't know. I don't know what to make of it just yet. You know, it's I don't know. So yeah, I think we are, because it's airing on Rumble, I think we're going to do that in the Discord tonight, because we'll be able to show it. So I think that's the plan. And this way you guys you're not forced to sit there and just listen to me and Enzo talk or whoever. We can have some discussions and things like that. Looking like that snack pack that smiles back, baby. So I don't know, going by the media, a lot of warmongering already, you know, and I think some more details still need to come out, whether it warrants some kind of response, but a lot of talking heads are already calling for a NATO response. The rumor was the run-up last week. It could be. The news today, it very well could be. It very well could be. You know, I simply don't know. And I guess you got to look at crypto if this heats anything up. If what happened today with Russia and Poland, if it changes anything. If it changes the landscape of whatever Trump's announcement turns out to be. I think a lot of people think that it's probably just going to be the presidential campaign, with the McCarthy news coming out that McCarthy is going to be running for the Speaker of the House, I guess. Still a chance. You know, you don't have to be a member of Congress to get elected Speaker of the House, so yeah, why not? Why not, D-Grade? Why not? Well, yeah, I don't think it's naive by any means, crypto, to look into some defense stocks. You know, even on just the sorry, I gotta blow my nose, guys. Even on the threat of a potential global situation, you know. But, again, like I always do, hope, oh, Matt Gaetz confirmed McCarthy will not be the Speaker of the House. Man, today is like a, episode of, As the World Turns. just been twists and turns. Well, Red Cloud, I think it's a more complex than just choosing one of them. You know, it's like I said earlier. My problem with Trump isn't his policies, isn't anything like that. It's just the whole landscape of things. I feel like no matter how good of a job or how well intentioned Trump is, it's just his presence alone, I think, creates more divisiveness. I'm not saying that he's divisive necessarily. I don't know. I mean, I would agree DeSantis probably isn't ready. Maybe in 28. I don't know. I will say I don't think it's a good move for Trump picking a fight with DeSantis. And I think that the Democrats will try to push that to get that splinter kind of in the Republican Party. It's tough because it's tough to argue against his policies, but at the same time it's tough to argue for him as a uniting force, which I think right now this country needs more than anything. We'll have to see, Red Cloud. We'll have to see. I'm just along for the ride. You know, as far as the presidential election goes, the way I see it is they've got 2 years to earn my vote, whoever it may be. I will say this, that there's nobody, including Donald Trump, including DeSantis, including anybody that the left could offer, that would just blindly have my vote. I don't vote party. I vote on the person, on the policies, and I'll make that decision as we get into, you know, the campaigning process and stuff like that. And as everybody should take a look at all the candidates, you know. I'm not saying jump party lines and give up, you know, sacrifice your morals and your beliefs and stuff like that to vote for the other side. But be an open mind. So a duel is just a way of essentially gambling your OTC points, which you earn just for watching the stream. Essentially, you would be dueling against another person in the chat to see, and then the winner wins those points. So it's like gambling, but not with real money. That's all. Dun dun dun. He says he is the vote. Again, get some popcorn tonight, guys. Maybe we'll have a little clearer picture of where maybe the Republican Party's headed after tonight. I'm excited either way. I think it's going to be quality programming either which way. And I know that sounds awful, but hey, got to at least get some entertainment out of it. And then as far as Dwac goes, you know, I just don't know how the reaction's going to be. Because for for all the support that Dwac has, you got to look at it with it being so divided, you have that much force against it. You know what I mean? Funware, I thought Funware might see a bigger pop today as well. Funware down 5% at 141. And I have to think that they may have the most to gain out of a Trump campaign. I would think that Funware, if they are contracted to do the work that they did in 2020, 2019, leading up to 2020, if they're able to get that same work, you would think that that would be big news for them. Oh, and here's a news alert. White House requesting nearly $50 billion in funding for COVID in Ukraine. Oh, okay, so they need $2.5 billion for vaccines and treatments, $5 billion for a new vaccine, and then only $700 million to help treat long COVID. Then for Ukraine, we need 21.7 billion for equipment and intel. Then another 14.5 billion for something that they took off the screen too much. So there you go, guys. Keep going to work because our tax money's got to do some stuff. Okay. That's right off of CNBC. That's right off of CNBC. And now a guy is coming on to tell us how that's such well spent money. Yeah, it'll never happen though. It'll never happen. Can't do that, D-grade. Can't do that. Can't do that. And again, if you think as an American that we don't have the right to question this money, well, this probably isn't the chat for you. And that's not a political leaning side. That's the money that we work hard to spend. Or are we supposed to just ignore this and trust the science that, 50 billion. 50 billion. Again, billion. Billion. D-Gray, did you ever watch the dude on Twitch that plays those high stakes slot machines? It's like 10,000 a spin. He plays like man. You want to watch a guy lose money? I mean, he wins money too, and I think he's sponsored by like the online casino or something. But that guy loses some money and fast. All right, back to the market, guys. S&P up 0.87%. We got the Dow up 0.18%. The Nasdaq up 1.5%. Alibaba continuing to rip, man. And I'll tell you, I don't put a whole lot of stock in that inverse Kramer, but he got a call about this Alibaba last week when it was down at 63, and he straight hung up on the guy. We don't invest in Chinese stocks, and just hung up on him. And that thing's been ripping since 79.11 on Alibaba. He loses more than he makes, D-grade. Grumpy. Well, and again, just to set the record straight on that, this isn't a pro-Russia stance by any means, or a holding water for Putin, or a disrespecting or a disregard for the Ukrainian people by any means. Again, if we can't question where $50 billion is going, then do we really? Then what do we live in? And we got Apple up 1.5%. Microsoft still clinging to a little bit of gains. Amazon holding the 0.5% gains. Tesla up 1.5%. Way down off that high of the day. Hit $200.82. Down at 194.06 now. Google up 2.5%. 98.22. Nvidia up 2.5%. Berkshire up about 0.25%. Meta up 2.5%. United Health dragging the top 10 down. That is down 2.25%. I think 50 was the whole thing, CVS. I think 37 may have been the Ukraine end of it, and then the other 12 and a half, I think, was additional COVID money. He's funny to watch, though, D-Grade. You gotta check him out sometimes. He's so hilarious because the whole time he's doing it, he's encouraging everybody to not use the website, like to not gamble the way that the way that he is. Like, he really puts it out there, like that. You know, it's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Junk Savvy. I don't know. And again, if this money was being used to stop the human suffering over there, to, you know, it's not. But you know what's held pretty nice today? Another nice day for AMC. For AMC, I think we need to take a second, pay a little homage. Up 7%, 786. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Another day with high volume. Another day, we're at 38 million trades right now, well above the 90-day average. So at the very least, we have to like the action that we're seeing here. Now, whether it's something really happening with the whole FTX thing, or whether it's just sentiment, whether it's just, hey, I need to get in on this, you know what I mean? Wow. Interesting, Tiny. Interesting. Wow. Okay, so things might get interesting tonight, you know? Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that, D-Grade. Let's say this. I went into a crypto, short 20x on leverage. I clicked off it, went to this video, clicked back, and it was gone. Unless you dressed up like the Magic Man, now you see me, now you don't, did something like that, I think that might work, D-Grade. That is big, Tiny. That is big. Yeah. And we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what comes out of FTX, you know. Obviously, we don't want to say too much on here and make any kind of accusations. But definitely stuff to keep an eye on, I would say. Yeah, but once you it's like you give someone a rope, they want to be a cowboy, Tiny. You know, once inches keep being given, then it leads to feet, and then feet lead to yards, and here we are. How do you guys think? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the end of it. What do you guys think a Trump announcement means for the market? Not just Digital World, not just Truth Social. What do you think it means in the broader scheme of things for the market. You think there's anything that Trump could possibly address tonight that could give people hope, or even the other way around and kind of make people feel a little deflated? What are your guys' thoughts? Because I think if he talks about the state of the country, there's a lot of stuff that's undeniable. Now, where that blame lies isn't just a black and white thing. I don't think it's fair to just blame Joe Biden for everything. So there has to be, I don't know. I guess it depends on his messaging tonight, how he, I don't know. I really don't. But I know you guys were telling me he got his plane painted for the occasion, so that's, he's got that going for him. Well, that's been a fear of mine, Red Cloud, being that everything's so politicized. And we started talking about this months ago, as far as the market goes, that we could see a propped up market into, I think even the Democrats were a little bit surprised at how well they did in this election. I think they were kind of banking on maybe not a red wave or anything like that, and not because history tells us that's what usually happens. Usually the sitting president, usually the other party will win the midterms. It's historical. So I think they kind of expected that, and my fear was, will they prop the market up to get through to the next till next year, till there's the kind of new people that then they can place the blame on and then run on that platform into 2024. Just a thought. It's looking like either way we're headed for a log jam as far as policy, which I think the market likes. I think the market has reacted to spending being cut across the board, whether the Republicans take the Senate or not. If they get the House, I think it creates a pretty much a log jam. Oh, more companies today pausing ads on Twitter. Pfizer, United, Chipotle. Man, why would Pfizer stop ads on Twitter? They've got so much good stuff to offer. That's a shame. But the market likes whatever's going on. Everything to the upside right now. Excuse me. Well, and I haven't seen this, what's the reasoning behind the suspending of ads? Like, what's the... And I'm not asking this rhetorically. I really haven't looked into why. I didn't listen to the public kind of conference that Elon had addressing advertisers. Is it because of all the freedom of speech stuff? Is it a price thing? Is it a bot thing? I'm not really sure. Is it because Marsman's bad? Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Well, I can understand why certain companies would stop. I can understand why Pfizer would stop, because now their ads could be fact-checked. things like that. I can understand that aspect of it. Yeah, I don't think they could stop it, Junk Savvy, but I do think that there was some action, at least up until last week. I think there, and again, it's not because I'm saying the left is bad. I'm saying if the right was in charge, whoever's in charge going into a midterm election is going to try to prop up the economy. I agree it's too far gone as far as that goes, but people have short memories. And in the same way that a lot of Bill Clinton's kind of some of his housing policies, we didn't see the negative effects of those until 2004, 2005, stuff like that, you know. So I think as far as the economy, I think they've propped it as much as they possibly can. And now with this FTX thing, you've got what's the other one? BlockFi. Now we got the Wall Street Journal reporting that BlockFi is preparing to start bankruptcy proceedings. I haven't seen an official word out of BlockFi in regards to that. That was being reported by the Wall Street Journal. I believe it was the Wall Street Journal. May have been the New York Times. And then what does that mean? What does that mean if we get another bankruptcy, another one to fall? Do we start to see, do they even start to talk about the ripples outside of crypto? I mean, as far as mainstream media, this FTX thing is only being talked about on the crypto end of it. It's not being talked about on some of the other stuff going on, so. Yeah, I agree, Junk Savvy. If Trump speaks about deregulation, energy independence, tax cuts, foreign policy, the market will like, and we may see a bounce, but he needs to show some discipline. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, in a way, Junk Savvy, this may be the most important speech that, or whatever it turns out to be, that Trump's given yet, because I think at this point there are more Republicans on the edge with Trump than ever before. You know, I think there's some disappointment in the midterms, how things played out. And I think some people are just tired of the drama. Like, I don't think it's so much a hatred for Trump. I think people want a political system where it's not so draining on you every day, where there's not new issues, new anxieties, new splits, new reasons for someone on this side to hate someone on that side. And that SATX. Sabrina, if you're out there, did we ever figure out why this thing was running the way that it did? SATX, it's up 169%. And it opened at 1385, trading at 3557 now, and it hit as high as 3991. And I scoured Sabrina, and I could not find any news, any relative news on this SATX, but still up almost 170%. Robinhood up 7%. It would be kind of cool if he called out Ken Griffin tonight. I'd like to hear that. I'm pretty sure Griffin and Trump got some beef. I don't think Griffin likes Trump. but he is DeSantis's biggest donor. Which again, Junk Savvy, I thought you spoke very elegantly about that in terms of not trusting Kenny by any means, but also looking at it like policies that maybe Ken Griffin would want enacted and stuff like that might favor the American people better. So that's yet to be seen. You know, just being a donor, I don't think automatically gives you ulterior motives. You know, it's many different people donate to many different political parties, different candidates and stuff like that. And I don't think it automatically gives them any kind of guilt. I'm pretty sure, I'll try to get you the article, I'm pretty sure that they've had a big falling out since then, Junk Savvy, if I recall correctly. But that just goes to further my point of, is Kenny doing it just because, is he doing it, I guess what I'm saying is he doing it as something personal with DeSantis, or is it just business as usual? Ken Griffin's a Republican. He's a billionaire. He's going to donate a bunch of money. So, and again, not defending Ken Griffin or anything like that. Just saying, it's you don't always know what the reason behind it is. You know, it could just be a tax break for all we know. I don't know. What are we talking about? What are people associated with San Antonio, Texas, which is a beacon of success and prosperity? I try, D-grade. I try, and honestly, D-grade, I try to look at it in only ways. How's this going to affect our money? How is this going to affect policy that's going to affect our money? And that's my main concern with politics. Yes, around election times, things like this, it gets a little bit harder to have these conversations. Oh, SATX. Well, yeah, you know what's up, Caesar. The sun shines bright every day and night, deep in the heart of Texas. Isn't that your theme song down there? That's not what you do at all. I mean, hey, anybody that just wants to tune out of politics, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Again, I do it for my own well-being. I do it first and foremost for the effects on the market. I've actually got way more back into politics lately just on that aspect of it, but as far as choosing a side, I'm still, I've got a lot of liberal beliefs. I've got a lot of more conservative beliefs, and I roll that into what I am. Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing, Alan? Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah, we're just kind of talking about that, Alan. And as a matter of fact, so what's going on, Alan? If you didn't kind of know, Trump's going to be making an announcement tonight, and different rumors about what it's going to be. D-grade, don't get banned. Don't get banned, D-grade. I thought I'd talk to you about that. So, I think it depends on the announcement, Alan. It's obviously, we know the short situation on Dwac. We know how that's been, and it's got decent volume today. It's tough. It's tough, because now it's at a point where if it ran up all day, if it was in the green all day, kind of running with the market, I would look at it as a buy the rumor, sell the news type situation. But because of this big dip, because of the expectations for Trump to throw his hat in the ring, I think the potential for a run-up is still there, but I think I don't think it's guaranteed, Alan. I don't think it's guaranteed, and I wish I had some kind of brilliant insight into Dwac, but I don't trust any of it. We're seeing a bunch of conflicting different reports on the Speaker of the House. We got the stuff going on in Poland and Russia right now. Just way too many variables. You know what I mean, Alan? It's just a 6-7 Mexican boss. I could see that. I could see that right up into... Now, is the announcement at 8 or 9? I've seen that it starts on Rumble on 8, but I'm not sure if maybe Trump comes on at 9 or something like that. I mean, I think there'll definitely be excitement. There'll definitely be excitement in the sense of I think the stock will move tomorrow. I just don't want to see anybody get set up. That's my biggest thing is I would rather be FUD man on this and not give you guys any false sense of anything being guaranteed. But I think people that have been on Dwac before, whatever time, you know the risk involved with it. And I think even for staunch Trump supporters, I think they realize the risk because I think they realize the forces working against it, not just on the stock, but on the company. We've seen that as Truth Social tried to get off the ground, a lot of forces working against them to make that happen. So yeah, that makes sense. I think you're right about a little run up before, but like you said, with us not getting the announcement till after it's closed, could see that run up coming in the morning. I don't really know what he could say. So I'm trying to, we talked about what could he say that would be positives if he talked about inflation, talked about deregulation. Let's look at it the other way. What could he come out and say that would tank the stock? I've been thinking about that all day. What kind of actions? And I don't think it could just be pompousness. I don't think it could be arrogance. I don't think just a Trumpish way would be enough to necessarily tank the stock. I will try that, D-Grade. I will gather them all up. Send me your PL box so I can hit you on the road, D-Grade. Because I would like to send them all to you, as a matter of fact. So yeah, when did that finalize, Junk Savvy? Because I was looking for that too. So it was a SPAC. It was previously Endurance Acquisition Corp, and then it merged with Satisfy Communications. And then I'm assuming was this today or yesterday? Because it yeah, I hope so. Like I said, I think we know the positive things that he can say. Just pointing out a lot of the inevitable. I'm just trying to think outside of the box, Mexican. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think just to prepare for it of what could, even if it's not something that could be portrayed the wrong way and spun in the media, if that makes sense. Again, I'm just looking for having all angles covered here. And appreciate the feedback. Appreciate you guys being here. And it's going to be interesting. Anybody that's new, we're going to be... and that SATX just halted to the downside. Thank you so much, Junk Savvy. Yeah, I looked briefly. Sabrina had brought SATX up earlier. and I wasn't able to find the date. And Weeble is horrendous. That'll be one thing. One of my knocks on Weeble. It doesn't, the corporate actions aren't always updated. So essentially you won't always see, on their corporate actions, you won't always see splits, ticker changes, things like that. Well done, D-Grade. I will work on that. The SPY pushing back up. SPY back, testing that 399 mark, 398.93, make it 399 even on the SPY. So the S&P back up over 1%, the NASDAQ up 1.63%, the Dow up about 1/3%. SATX still halted. So Grumpy, I know you like to play those SQs, right? So what you want to look at, and I'm sure you probably already know this, Grumpy, so don't think I'm talking to you like you're a child or anything. But I talk a lot about the S&P top 10. Just so you know, when you're playing those Qs, the SQs are based off the NASDAQ top 100. So there is a little bit of a difference between the SPY, the Qs. The big difference is you're looking at Pepsi, you're looking at Costco, and I know it's tech heavy, but you got to look at the top 10. The top 10 holds, I think in the top 100, it holds about 60% of the weight. So you look at Microsoft, you look at both Googles, you look at Amazon, Tesla, Meta, Nvidia, Pepsi, Costco, and Apple. And the only variations from the S&P top 10 is you've got United Health and Berkshire in the S&P top 10, replacing Pepsi and Costco. So just some food for thought, Grumpy. I seen you mention the SQs earlier. What's up, Jen Matt? AMC to the moon? Well, I don't think we can be too disappointed with AMC right now. 801, we got the battle for 801 going on. Up 9%. It's 341. I do have to take 2 seconds, guys, in just a minute. Nikki's mom, I'll be here to get him. Sorry about that. But yeah, 801, 9% gains on AMC, and Ape now gone into the red slightly. 140, we'll say 142.5 on Ape, down not even 0.5%. GameStop holding 5.5% gains, 27.48. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. And you know what's kind of dope though, Jen Matt? It's kind of dope to have that, and now I know it's kind of small potatoes in the grand scheme of things, but it's kind of dope to be having the battle of 801 and at least have a little bit of Ape on the side. You know what I mean? A little bit of Ape for a rainy day. Granted, it's only at 143, but you know, it essentially makes it a $9.43 stock from where we were with the original battle for 801. But yet has nostalgic values. So SATX had several 5% stake purchases in SEC filings last week. 4 people from Endurance, approximately 20% total. Interesting. And Endurance was the SPAC company, and then they merged with Satisfy Communications. That's a clever name. Satisfy. Satisfy. I kind of like saying it. And the SPY trying to hold that 399 mark, 399.16 on a SPY. The battle for 101. Hey, Listen, big momentum has to start somewhere, and you know I'm happy with the last 2 days of AMC action. Sure, we're not on the moon yet, but all things considered, all the distractions out there, all the FTX noise. All right, 17 minutes. 17 minutes before the casino partially closes. Not all the way closed. We still got after hours, but partially closed. And AMC, it fell for a second. But it's still back over there, 801. Let's take a look. Junk Savvy, I know you like this. I know you like this, so I'll throw it up for you. And the heat map back to mostly green. Healthcare, you've got drug manufacturers somewhat down. Healthcare plans taking a big hit today. So United Health being the biggest drag. And don't forget, guys, just as we're talking about these indexes, United Health, I say this all the time, it's not a sexy stock. It's not something you're going to see on Reddit. It's not something you're going to see trending. But don't forget the amount of weight that it carries in the indexes. It is the number one weighted stock in the Dow Jones. Number one. There's only 30 stocks in the Dow Jones. But then it's in the top 10 in the S&P, top 20 in the NASDAQ. No comment. But everything else, energy, pretty much green. We've seen a little bit of red over there earlier. Technology, obviously cooking with the NASDAQ up 1.5%. Consumer defensives, that's riding on the back of Walmart's powerhouse earnings this morning. Home Depot. So Home Depot, a little bit of mixed reaction. I think it was a delayed reaction. It was like like one of those fuses on a firecracker that doesn't really work. You know what I mean? Because Home Depot initially, even with the PPI data, with the spike that we've seen on that, Home Depot really was down most of the day before it took off. So maybe just people looked more into those numbers. A lot to take in on the Home Depot numbers. I'm not even going to begin to try to analyze it because they threw so many numbers out there. And all those numbers, I'm sure, hold weight on determining, you know what I mean, the price of the stock and things like that. But definitely something to pour through. XCLA, yeah, we're trying to get up to Caesar's average, but what a kick in the pants today for XCLA. So we had a big day yesterday, ran up, what was the end figure? So we ended up running up 45.6% yesterday, and that was following a just over 50% run up on Friday. So down 34% today, back to the 26-cent mark. Pretty much completely gave back all those gains from yesterday. I don't know. I mean, they're gonna have to do another reverse split, Gemat. I think it's only a matter of time. I haven't seen any kind of date, how long they've been out of compliance. But that's what would be scaring me. So their earnings came out yesterday. Whew. So their earnings per share of $1.38 loss, missed by 71%. Or 71 cents, excuse me. And their revenue also missed. I don't know. I mean, I think GenMat, if you're in XCLA, I'll refer all your questions to Caesar C. If you're looking at a position, I think you could see a recovery. At least maybe up to, and you know, I will never claim to have the charting of Enzo, but on things like this, I can do a little bit. I would look, Gen Matt, I would look at the 33.50, 33.5 cent mark, and then after that, I think our next line would be 40. So I think you have a potential to get that run up to 33 cents again, and then the next run up, I think, you know, potentially to 40 cents. But the downside of that too, Jen, is if we break this 25.95 ish mark, we can see it fall down to 23, and then even further fall down closer to that 19 cent mark. Sorry if I threw too many numbers at you there, Jen. 27.12. Okay, so you're right around even. We're at 26.73. I would just keep an eye on it, Jen Matt, just because XCLA, when they did their last reverse split, they didn't give any notice. The notice kind of came right now. So whatever day it was, notice came at like 10 to 4, like, hey, by the way, XCLA just announced they're going to do, I think it was a 25 for one, maybe 50 for one. And it just kind of happened overnight. So just be aware of that, you know. That's all. I haven't seen anything that says that we're going to get this news like today, but just have that in the back of your mind, Jen. That's all. All right, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Junk Savvy, perfect. Yes, Junk Savvy, and that's the second time you gave me that date. Appreciate you. XCLA received non-compliance notice on October 12th. 6 months would be April 12th. And yeah, I still and definitely appreciate that. I would still keep my head on a swivel with them, just because, like I said, I think they did the last reverse split well before the compliance date. So just again, something to keep an eye on. Okay, so the SATX merger must have been October 28th. Historical data chart only goes back that far. Yes, that's what was throwing me off earlier, looking at the chart, Junk Savvy. So again, much appreciated. As you are every day, dropping all that news. Do not know what my life would be would be like without you and Sabrina as well. You two are, you know, I would say, you know, one's my right-hand man, one's my left-hand man, because you guys keep not just myself informed, you keep the chat informed, you guys keep the community informed, and you do it out of the goodness of your heart. I know it's a pain in the ass. For anybody that thinks the news that Junk Savvy, that Sabrina brings us every day, that it's an easy cut and paste, it's not. It's a tedious process. It's not a fun process, especially when these lovely women, 95% of the news that they bring us is about stocks that they could care less about, in the sense of that they're not in their portfolio. They don't plan on being in there. It's just a representation of what we do here. We put community over self, and always will. So much appreciated, guys. And that goes for everyone. Everyone that contributes here, whether it's a good morning, whether it's whatever. You're giving us your time, you're giving us your respect, and we appreciate the hell out of you. And we've got 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. You know what's up, Luca. You know what time it is. So 792. Let's see what they can do to AMC here. After climbing back up to that $8 mark, still holding 7.8% gains here. The S&P falling up now 0.7%. The NASDAQ holding at 1.25% gains. Well, I appreciate that. I would do my Bryan Adams voice, but I don't want Canada to try to lay claim to me. Next thing you know, I'm going to be a national treasure up there. But I do have fond memories of the summer of 69. I do. Speaking of 69, the S&P now up 0.69%. And the Dow flirting with going red. So we're seeing since the CPI numbers came out last week, we're seeing a reversal of everything that we've seen the last month and a half. We've seen the Dow in October have its best month since before Star Wars was out, 1977 maybe, 76, one of those years. We've seen them with a historical month. We've seen the S&P turning things around over the last month. We've seen the NASDAQ really lagging behind. And now we've seen the inverse of that with the NASDAQ leading the charge over the last 4 days of trading. The S&P kind of sandwiched in the middle, and then the Dow taking the biggest hit. You're going to have to find a SPAC, D-Grade. You're going to have to get a SPAC offering. Create a ledger. I'll have my people reach out to you, D-Grade, and maybe we can maybe we can work something out. Crypto investor, type a 1 in the chat if your dad has you hemmed up and is forcing you to give you his OTC points. We won't tell him. We won't alert anybody. Just blink once if you're in danger, crypto. Crypto investor, that is. All right, 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Let's end this day strong, and then let's have a little fun tonight. Let's have a little fun. Why not? It's Tuesday. Let's try to keep it light, man. I know we all got the weight of the world on our shoulders with all the BS going on. You know, this afternoon's kind of news. Not. All right, everything's good. Everything's good. Crypto. Oh, man, I appreciate you, cryptos. I really do. I really do. You know, crypto for us all. You know, I absolutely love the father-son bonding and everything, man. You are an awesome dad. You are crypto investor. I'm gonna have to refer that question to Enzo. I am sorry. I thought the function worked. I thought it was just give. But there may be a caveat to it. I'll get you an answer, crypto. I will get you an answer, no doubt about it. But keep being the awesome father-son duo that you guys are, man. It's. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. It brings something to my day that really between you guys, you know, between Germ Corp and Grant. It's just awesome. It's awesome. It's the kind of stuff that I try to strive to be a better dad because of you, crypto. You know, it's just, it's amazing. 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. And be sure, if you have any options lingering, anything like that, be sure to clean that up before we get the bell here. And just so you guys know, if any of you guys are trading SPY options, I'm not sure if everyone was aware of this because I wasn't, that you could trade those up to 4:15 instead of 4 p.m. On Webull anyways. It may be different on different platforms, but just so you guys know, if you are involved in those, you get a little extra leeway. Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome. I could watch that movie, Gen Matt, on repeat and just love it. I don't know why. I see that Lego movie, Gen Matt, and I become like a little kid. I don't know why, and it doesn't matter. Like, I can't put it on if I'm trying to get work done. Most movies that I've seen, I could put on, let them play, and I don't really care. But that movie, I don't know what it is about it. It just draws my eyes to it. I love it. Oh, did you pull a little comeback there at the end? We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that, Caesar. Gen Matt, I think, had a heartbreaker last night. AJ Brown couldn't. I don't want to talk about it because you know what? Gen Matt has been very, very kind in not throwing the Raiders stuff in my face too much this year, so I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. All right, we got just about a minute left, guys. Finished strong. We got the Dow broke back into the green, up 0.1%. The S&P up 0.8%. The Nasdaq holding those 1.37% gains. AMC looking like we may fall a little short of that $8 mark, $7.92, unless we can get a little push here at the end. Still, guys, I think we still need to take this in stride and be happy with 8% gains. Obviously not satisfied. Never want to be satisfied. You always want to keep that hunger in whatever you're doing. But, you know, let's be happy that we're on the right path. You got to like these last 2 days of AMC. You really do. You have to like some of the rumors out there. You even got to like how Adam Aaron handled all this. You know, it was a tough earnings call for Adam Aaron. I still like the stock. Yes, Luca, look forward to it, buddy. I look forward to it. And I think there's going to be some awesome conversations, awesome discussions in there tonight. The casino is now closed. I'm really looking forward to it. And again, for any new people, our Discord, absolutely 100% free. No catch there, no caveat. We just have a few rules in there. The biggest rule, you are free to speak your mind in there in a respectful way. We value each and every member, and you know, we want you to be able to get your point across. But if getting a point across means you have to disrespect somebody else, then we don't want your point. No offense. We're looking to grow. We're looking to grow both as a community numbers-wise and intellectually. And the only way we can do it is by having uncomfortable conversations. Having conversations that other people are too scared to have. And I think there's going to be some of that going on tonight. And again, don't feel like you have to be a drinker or you have to play poker or you have to be a Trump fan or you have to be a Trump hater. We got one requirement there is you just have to be yourself. Be yourself and know that your point of view is going to be met with respect. We may not agree with it. Some of us might not. But we'll never make you feel like you're wrong just for having your opinion. Because that isn't right. You know, even if we disagree with it or even if you disagree with mine, which a lot of people do. I love it. You know, D-grade, people. So I got Nikki's mom coming now. I gotta go get him out. I need to make a run to the store, get a bunch of stuff done on my end. I actually got a haircut scheduled 2.5 hours. So I'm gonna go take care of all that. But once again, guys, thank you so much for being here today, for being so respectful, for the great conversation, for treating each other with respect, treating me with respect. It means the world. And tonight, 8 p.m. in the Discord. Again, if you haven't joined, it's absolutely free, no strings attached. We'll be having some fun in there. So please check us out. Oh, Raven, my man. Hope your work day went well, my friend. Hope your work day went well. And yeah, love you guys. And let's keep this moving. If I don't see you guys tonight, I will be here bright and early tomorrow, and we will do it all over again. That's what I'm talking about. All right, guys. Love yous. And